an angle Streamlabs because my OBS decided to crash and never work again. And I don't really know why. So I'm going to share this to the Discord. I'm going to hop in. And then I might be joined today by Zayn Wolfe. That would be awesome. I am now public. Broadcast. Started in private. Now we are live. Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Alckemy. Here's another introduction. I'm just chilling. For some reason, OBS Streamlabs is being really wonky, and I don't know why. But I am back home. I've got a couple of folk house speakers sitting on my desk. And that's really exciting because that's like the last big purchase that I need to buy. Hey, Annex, what's up, buddy? And I don't think that I need to, I don't really think that I have anything else left to upgrade anymore. So, done. I did it. We're donezo. Yo, new speakers. Yeah, and they sound great and they're huge. They are twin speakers, so 6.5 inches, and boy, do they sound good. They sound pretty good. Pretty happy about that. So, yeah, it was really great. I watched some doggos for about 9 days. There was 4 of them, and they're very cute, very sweet. 2 of them. What did I have before? I had JBL 305s, and one lucky winner at some point when we're done with the current giveaway is going to be winning a pair of those. And that'd be great. So yeah, give me just 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay. All right. Hold on. Find my bank's name. Sorry, this is not urgent, but kind of urgent. Hey, bruh. Contact info. Phone mobile number. We're in notification. Okay. Sorry everybody. So yeah, what up, Future? What up, Carl? Uh, sorry, somebody sent me something, and I'm trying to accept it. So yeah, what's good, everybody? Welcome. We're going to be doing some sound design today. We might have a really awesome guest on stream today. I don't really know if he's wanting to join on a call or if he's wanting to just come kick it, but we might have Zayn coming in, and that could be really freaking cool. It's ready now. Okay, well, how do I accept it? What? What do I do? Somebody sent me some money and I don't know how to accept it, so I'm just trying to figure out what that all entails because I'm trying to. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. 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 Come on. I have a payment pending. You must enroll in the number. Uh, okay, hold on 1 second, everybody. So yeah, how's everyone doing? I'm so sorry that this is coming up. I'm trying to get it solved. Otherwise, another Zell network account. Wait, what? You won't save your changes. Don't leave. Next. So please update your contact info. Man, what? God damn it. Yo, what's up, brother? Hey, Devil, what's going on? What are you guys up to? What are we doing today? Got it. Well, sort of. All right. So big question. How are they liking us so far? The money tons, they're pretty sick. We're gonna be doing some faceplant stuff today. Hi everybody. All right, fuck. I gotta get some sounds coming out. What's good? How is everybody? What's going on? Let's do some stuff. I was supposed to get on a call with Zayn Wolfe last night and help him out with some generator stuff. He helped me last night as well with some other really cool stuff. Yeah, today's just one of those days where it's like everybody is hitting me up at once and doing the thing. And we will get figuring out some shit. So these monitors are incredible. They are super loud, super bassy. Maybe lucky. Yeah, they're very large, very large. Hey Wiggles, what's up, man? So I've been digging around on YouTube recommendations lately. Ready albums, dance songs. Made a huge playlist and really. Which ones did you get again? I got Focal Evo Twins, double pair, and they so far do not disappoint. I should probably update my interface at some point, but cool. So yeah, let's go ahead and noise. Yeah, they're pretty dope. And they sound really good. So we could do a wavetable or something. I haven't done one of these in a couple weeks, so I might have to reference. Or I could just make a new one. But fine. Hey, Zaiku. Hey, Victor. Dude, what's up, everybody? We got a big show today. Welcome to the stream. That you are well and amazing and awesome and having a wonderful time being here. If anybody has any questions at any point in time regarding anything, if you need anything, I'd be happy to answer whatever questions you might have, except for please don't ask me how to make a G-Jones bass. The one thing that I'm like, nah, I'm not. So we need to turn this on. It smoshes. Smosh. Yeah, that's just the awesome. We let these two play off of each other. And, and do next is start to add some very nice and the gentle one here that was different one. this one to do the other one. Like so. So that way all of these are kind of just moving. And it doesn't need to be anything insane, but having a little bit. Next up, I'm gonna do one of these bad boys. I'm gonna map this much, make it like huge. It's gonna be huge, and then we can map one. That way, when actually set this one and pull opposites. That way, nope, I had it right. That way, when this closes, the reverb's gonna open, and when it opens, the reverb will do. I'm gonna turn the jitter up on these. Follow. No. Sick. All right, so now what we'll do is kind of like so. On here. Could I turn up my microphone a bit? I could try. Yeah, I can. Hold on. So I'm using OBS Streamlabs, and it's oh shit, sorry. Testing. All right, maybe like 5 dB. 5 dB of gain. Is that good? Better? Hopefully no God, my fucking eyes. Yeah, how's that? Yeah, I think so. Oh geez, my poor speakers. Dash, I'm so sorry. Hi Dash. Hey dude, welcome to the stream. Let me fuck up your speakers. So I recently decided to go into full sound design and faceplant. FYI, I call it PP for short. Very original. Can you suggest any materials for getting started? Yeah. Welcome to my channel. This is the faceplant channel. I am the faceplant person advocate. At least when it comes to this kind of stuff. Dash Glitch is another really big faceplant advocate. Cephros is another really big faceplant advocate. What speakers did I get? I got Focal Evo Twins. Yeah. By the way, go follow Dash Glitch's channel. Go follow Carl's channel. We're trying to get Carl on the faceplant gang. Who else does faceplant stuff? Dash Glitch, or sorry, oh my god, Data Broth has some stuff. Am I familiar with using RX to declip some weird sound bits from intensely saturated waveforms? Is something I saw from Joe Ford. No, not really. I kind of just, I also finally got faceplant finally. Awesome, yeah. Was goody. Hey Dash. No, I've never used RX before. Venus Theory does faceplant. Yeah, if anybody else has any other suggestions that I can't remember, it's not because I'm avoiding you, it's just because I can't remember. Yo, Artifacts, what's good, brother? What up, everybody? Got a big stream today. We're doing some fucking sound design. We're doing some sounds. We're making things. Artifacts, when you coming on the channel, bro? Okay, what am I doing with this? Yo, Artifacts. Oh, I'm early, I see. Yeah, I haven't been live for very long. Not for very long. There's this ringing sound coming from table, please. Everybody. Okay, it's done. I think, maybe. Yes. No, it came back. God damn it. Well. Oh, there it goes. Okay. No, fuck. Somebody needs to get some new cables. So, anyways, I'm gonna not try to fuck with that for a second. Yeah, it's pretty crazy though. But hold on one second. Can you guys hear it? I stole your prop. What you gonna do? What's prop? Man, speaker noise is the worst. 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 Well, there's nothing I can do about it right now, other than bitch about it. But okay, it's a little better. Sorry, guys. All right, how can I steal something that I made a video showing you how to make it? Yeah, I know, right? For some reason, I can't find that video on your channel. What video? What video? It's right there in front of your face. You just have to take a look. Hold on one second. Let me check the Discord. Let me see if I have a message. I do. May I? Sorry, housemate got back chatting. Yeah, of course. Yo, I think Zayn Wolfe is gonna join us. I am not sure if he's gonna have questions or whatever, but yeah, I think Zayn Wolfe is gonna hop on the call with me. That seems fucking awesome. Do you all know who Zayn Wolfe is? If you don't, you should. Oh, hey, yeah, physicist is here. Zayn Wolfe. Yeah, you can just hop on the Discord call if you want, and then we can try to see if like the audio works or something. Yo, what else, Sticky? But hold on one second. Wait, do I not have that downloaded? I might not. I thought I did. Hold on. Yo, what up, Zane? Welcome.
Hi.
Is there any
Hello.
way that you could turn your mic up just a tad for me?
Hello.
And then let me double check and see if I have you. How do I find your sound? Hold on one second. Yo, everybody, say hello to Zane. I was not expecting this today, but I am so happy that he is here. Oh, there we go. Wait. Okay, hold on. Okay. Fuck. Hendlo. Output device. Input device. Voice activity. Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Okay, I'm working on it, brother. Input device. Hello. Okay, is it just massive sound? Not too bad. Okay. All right, we got that problem solved. Now let me figure out how to go onto this. Does anybody know where I can go to the settings and turn him up? Add friends. Add friends to DN. I'm gonna do. Ooh, oh, hey there. Yeah. Yo, Dash, did you know that Sir Zayn? Zayn, do you know Dash Glitch by chance? You guys are both from the same area.
Uh,
You guys have you guys have met before? That'd be awesome. Yeah. Okay. So sorry about all the technical difficulty stuff. Hello, everybody. Yo, I have Zayn on the call, and we're chilling. That's so, dude. Thanks, man. That's fucking awesome. I can't believe you're here. I don't have anything specifically planned today, but I'm in the midst of designing a bass, and if you have any questions about anything, I'm more than happy to either go over it with you or anything that you want to chat about or whatever. That's, yeah, really cool. Maybe click on his profile picture to set the level. That's what I tried, but it did not work for me. I'm clicking and nothing is happening. The clicks. Yo, Das Davi. Hi, Python. What's up, brother?
oh,
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. Hold on one second. No, he's saying to the left, in the list view, right click, profile. No, that doesn't work. That does not work. Zayn has done work with Upscale, right? Yes, but more important, well, equally as important, or just as important, Zayn, you are part of something that everybody should know about, which would be Saturate, right? Um, so humble. You're being so humble. Yeah.
also run something from
Yeah. To just kind of give some. We're not getting Zayn's voice. Okay. Hold on one second. Okay. How about that? Are you guys getting double voice now, or Zayn? Can you say something? I'll be back in a bit. How about you?
yo.
Okay, there's a little bit of a double voice. Hold on one sec. Double the voice. I don't know how to fix this. Remember when I was telling you the other
I think in Discord, go to your user settings. Oh wait, for me. Yeah, so you don't hear me.
Zayn just became an AI.
Hmm. Oh
Okay,
damn.
let's see.
Yo, did you see that AI rapper like
I
already
did. I did.
millions of views and the song of the century of how an AI isn't black, so it can't say the N word. Like, there's a problem with this, bro. Bars of the century. It's a good. I'll link you guys the tweet. So fucking.
Yeah, it's fucked, man. It's so crazy. And like not only that, but it was just like, are you for real? Like that's what you set your AI to rap about?
That's insane though. Like, I mean, bro, it's it's like, I don't know. It's funny. It's funny, but it's also like, this is where technology is going. You know, we're gonna produce AI to, solve the world's problems. No, we're gonna get one to get an impasse,
Right.
and so that we can do that. That is the most insane concept ever. But I mean, dude, it's late stage capitalism.
Right. Makes sense. It's just so crazy
If
that
they
like
didn't do it, someone was going to do it.
true. But I don't know. I
and
still think that
Einstein who
they would
won.
at least maybe
Sorry.
rap about like something meaningful or something interesting as opposed to like using AI to auto tune and you know what I mean and like all that stuff. It's just like really that's what you did.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Yo, it popped up now again. I mean, it's sort of the style, and it's what I presume they think would rake up all the plays
Right.
and all go viral, and it fits the aesthetic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
But like very loosely,
Yeah, it's I don't know,
kind
man.
of like that rage trap kind of aesthetic. We're trying to copy the sort of post X Tentacion releases, Trippy
Right.
Red kind of stuff.
Uh,
Very interesting ecosystem in music, like all the different scenes and genres, and all with their different aesthetics. How do I copy?
how do you copy? That guy will fit right in with all the useless drones already in Capitol Records. Ooh, burn. Ooh, burn. I am trying to
Burn.
hide chat and pull us both up. Okay, I actually have a quick idea. Hold on one second. I'm gonna share my screen with you,
Sick.
and then I'm gonna try to see if actually that might break me. Hold on one second. I'm trying to get to like guys. You know how when you're on a call you can get to this view thing? Because I actually think I have you turned down from last night when you were showing me some really cool shit. Which thank you for that, by the way. Um, I,
Me. Ooh. Yeah.
I'm really excited to hopefully reciprocate and show you some cool shit. Um, but I don't understand why this is being the thing because you're a little quiet, and so I'm trying to just pull you up a little bit without you having to do anything on your end.
No, that's just me and the microphone, and also me just also swaying in my chair. I
Ah,
continuously go like back and forth.
sway away,
So
bro.
I just sit still, like
Sway
be
away.
too
Yeah. So
fidgety.
Navi says, I have a challenge for you. Can I make some Tipper style bait music? Are you asking me that or are you asking Zayn that? I think Zayn could probably make anything. Also, Navi makes presets and stuff for kilohearts. So shout out to you, dude. Dude, everybody's here. What's up?
Yo, dude, shout out Navi, bro. Shout out your. Hey, and also thank you for your presets. They are helping me a lot with the face plant and
Yeah, for sure, dude. I
with
think that
snap heap and multiband.
yeah,
I
man.
fucking love that multipass, dude.
I cannot tell you
Sorry, I'm gonna try
how
not to swear. Sorry.
I'm so sorry, dude. I'm keeping interrupting. I'm just like really excited to say this, but like I cannot tell you how like thankful and grateful I am to like have met you and your community. You guys are just some of the coolest down to earth people I've ever come into contact with. Like everybody that I've talked to from South Africa, Dash Glitch included, has just been just nothing but nice. So thank you guys for being so welcome, and hopefully you guys feel that within my community as well.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having us and involving us. I mean, most of us are very kind of like reclusive, but also in a sense, we tend to be nice because we always think people are being mean to us. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's
No,
just the anxiety of people sometimes.
yeah, people can be cruel and mean, and I think that it's hard enough to make it. We were talking about that yesterday, but it's hard enough to make it out here already on your own. And so, anything that I can do for the community or anything that I can do to help kind of cross promote and stuff, I would love to kind of set that in stone. Um, yeah.
Yeah, that's also the same with us. You know,
Oh,
however we can help out others,
since
be encouraged and encourage others. I think that's what I think it's Kiefer, the 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 pianist and producer, beat maker.
mhm.
Yeah, Keith Daddy Supreme. Fucking, he's a legend. He says, "Be encouraged and encourage others.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be
And it's
encouraged
like,
and encourage others."
what are you here for, right? Like I don't know. I couldn't imagine like being a musician or producer and people only like you for your music, but nobody actually likes you for who you are.
Yeah, but I mean, then you can also get into those what's this hermeneutic argument about how you consider the art and not the artist. But there's also the argument that you have to consider the artist and the art.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was responding to something else, but
Sorry,
yeah,
but that's me
um,
going off on tangents.
but
But yeah, it's
y-
it's better to work in communities than it is to work by yourself. And we are all built that way, and it works better in a creative sphere when, I mean, all your talents added together can make something greater than what you are.
right,
And I think that is kind of the ultimate goal, is to make something great or wonderful by your standards anyway.
yeah, and like
And
sharing success
express
too, right?
whatever creativity. Yeah, it's easier to become successful together than it is by yourself.
I think so too, and I think that within these ideas and stuff that we kind of communicate through each other, like I think that it's kind of interesting because we can both like kind of share a concept, but then we both have different takes on it of like how
Yeah,
it's expressed, and that's
yeah,
why I like sending you stuff because I'm like, hey, let me see, like I'd love to know what you can do with this. I'd love to know what kind of ideas you can come up with it.
yeah. Yeah, same. I mean, it's also I think how jazz musicians used to look at music as well. It's like a piece of music they would write for somebody was a piece of music they wrote for somebody.
Right.
I mean, like Bill Evans wrote music for Miles Davis, and Miles Davis did the same for Bill Evans. But never did they, place a heavy emphasis on the ownership of the music.
Right.
I mean, the music was written for that specific person to accompany, their music, And I think that altruistic way of looking at music is a lot more ex, what's the word I'm looking for?
Expansive?
Expansive. Yes, sorry, my bad.
No, no worries,
It
dude.
sounded weird in my head.
No, no, no.
Expansive. Sounds like I'm putting an accentuation on expensive. Expansive.
It's an expensive take because it costs a lot of money. No, I'm joking, um but yeah, I mean like how I I guess it's safe to say that like has your kind of community or like I don't want to say circle but just like your group of friends and people that you hang out with like has this always been like how all of you got really good together or I'm kind of curious as to like because I don't want to like just I don't want to just like how do I don't even know the right way to say it, but let's just be real, okay? So you, for one, you are an incredible musician. Two, you are also
Thank you.
personally good friends with Cage. Three, you also have a lot of experience with John Casey and Chi. So it's like you guys are all kind of, like you co-run Saturate Records, and everybody that's on Saturate
Well,
Records.
I don't co-run
Oh,
Saturate
sorry,
Records.
but
Just do Saturate samples
well, still, right? Like you're
with
still like heavily
sampler.
involved with
Yeah,
that. Sorry, I
yeah.
didn't mean to misspeak.
Like it's myself and Cage and Thomas, and then we all work together on like packs and stuff, and then curate packs from different artists on Saturate, usually correlating to like releases that they're
Yeah.
going to have.
S-
Um,
Still though,
yeah, it's just good promo,
of
like
course.
giving a pack, like putting a pack out with some music as well.
Hey, by the way, can you
Pretty
send me
cool
a
thing.
link to that so that way I can post that in the chat and in the description?
Okay, cool.
But I mean, yeah, dude, like that's so fucking crazy, your
Yeah,
whole
we actually
lineup.
just had a meeting. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we had like a meeting about streams as well. Like we wanted to get those into check because it's also like providing a lot of content that people can be entertained and at the same time learn something from,
I'm not
which I
gonna,
think is pretty
yeah, I'm
cool.
not gonna lie. I hope that I saw that video that you did for
Especially when
Saturate
you're
about
doing
new
these streams
releases.
as well.
Um, and I'm kind of hoping that, you do more of that at some point.
What those videos?
You know
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
was
talking
thinking
about?
about that the other day.
Saturate
Oof, there's the
new
Bandcamp. I'll
releases.
post that in the chat.
Let me see if I could find it. It's really fucking funny.
Dash. I used to live in what's that place? Joburg, Pretoria mainly. I think I met you then.
Can I show this
those
video
days.
without you being upset or anything? It's
No, go for it.
it's
On
great.
the internet.
It's
Oh, what
fucking
can I
great.
do?
This is my video. It's pretty good, right?
Yeah, shut up.
Well, it's a little boring.
Okay. Now turn it back up. Also, go follow this person.
Welcome back to another PSA from your favorite PSA bot, Zayn Wolfe. We're finally introducing new model of releases. Gone
Why can't every
are the
label be like
days
this?
Of Monday's finest
I mean, I thought it was.
and EPs on Saturate.
What'd you say?
I just thought it was a great idea, something funny, because I've been watching like videos that do this mockumentary style stuff.
Yeah.
And I was
It's
like,
great, dude.
Slapper for the weekend vibes.
yeah, this whole vintage 90s.
Yeah, with like the VHS and then the coloring. It's great, dude.
12-inch vinyl compilations made up of saturated Saturday releases.
Nice.
Tangible goods to look forward to as well.
Was this your idea?
That being said,
Yeah,
Saturate's
it's like-
third ever
My friend,
vinyl
my colleague at the
compilation,
time,
Saturated
we were
Volume
both still working at the coffee shop.
That's fucking hilarious.
Let's do these advert kind of things.
2021.
Yeah, it's criminal that this only has 142 views.
Released sometime in October with our cassette releases in between it. More releases, more singles equals more vinyls and more things to saturate your life.
It's golden, man.
Yeah.
You can get all these releases digitally or
we
purchase
shot
physical
this
copies on our Bandcamp board.
And then I edited it that day and finished off the edits. I
Yeah,
think it was
it's
Sunday.
good stuff. You know, I think that like I really want the music community to do more stuff like that because like I think that we get really caught up with, you know, oh, the music and the releases and I'm trying to get on a label and this and that, but really like we all are people and have personalities and stuff.
Yeah.
Have you
But
seen
the problem with this kind of stuff is like that it becomes content. I think it's been a big argument this week, and I think people are also coming to the realization slowly, which I mean, this was forecoming like quite a while ago, is sort of, you know, you're no longer just an artist. Maybe people also just want to be an artist, but if you want to make that a career, firstly, music is a terrible career to be in.
right?
If you are doing music for business or money, it's like maybe try to do something else. But if you really want to do music and you want to make a career of it, yeah, you've got to. I don't know. You're no longer just an artist. Wait, yeah, sorry, I had a brain fart there. You're no longer just an artist. You're like a content creator. You have to kind of get on the platforms and all that, and you know, kind of do things like that. Like I like doing stuff like that. That's fun and it's entertaining, and I would like to do more stuff like that. But it can really detract away from the time you spend on music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe some artists are really too busy to, you know, they're busy making music to sort of do that. And like, I mean, I think a lot of good artists sort of fall into that trap, is that, you know, they spend so much time on music. They don't really have time to, you know, create content. And it was even like what I was speaking to you about the other day, and like you kind of showed, and you were like, there's ways to be able to, you know, like record your content of you doing what you do pretty much every day,
Right.
you know, and then being able to sort of just, you know, if you have time, spend and edit it, you know. Music production, I think there was a video that was put out like 6 months ago about this person that it was clickbait saying music music production tutorials are music production tutorial channels are frauds. YouTubers are frauds. But he goes into how all of these things are differently structured, and how the ecosystem, in terms of monetization time that it takes as a music producer to make videos and things like that, like a very informative Weaver Beats. Yes, that's the dude.
Yeah, he was on the channel like
And
2 days ago.
oh, sick! Really?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, dude, I've been cracking away at making Drake-esque samples.
But no, I get what you're
rendering
saying. Yeah.
stuff. Terrible. Yeah. But like, I mean, you really clear up a lot for me, and also sort of, help me sort of declutter the sort of sort of streamlined approach to being able to effectively record all the stuff and make easy content for yourself. Because ultimately, if you want to be a surviving career artist, you have to provide content on more than one platform. You need to engage
Right.
with you on various platforms. And as much as we can say we hate this ecosystem of the internet, the one common ground amongst all of these things is the connectivity and the experience people want, user experience.
Right.
It's a fucking dystopian future, but I mean, that's what it's become. I come onto the internet to be entertained.
It's really interesting. A lot of those things that you said, I ring true. And like on one end, you could just be that luck of the draw. I made it and I'm signed to all these labels and playing all these shows and making lots of money and stuff. But for people that are kind of day to day, like, everybody that's including you and I and in the chat and all that stuff, like we have to figure out how we can diversify our core, right? Because at the essence, we're all music makers and music creators and stuff, but we have to be more creative with how we present it and how we, especially for the kind of music that you in particular make. Like, it is so profound as compared to, trap or rap or anything, that people just aren't ready for it. So looking for different strategies and ways to introduce people to these ideas and stuff has kind of been the goal for me with regarding this channel, of being like, hey, here's some really cool sounds and shit. Here is how I like to express it, and here's how you can implement them within your music. But there's a second aspect to that too, because kind of, as you said, that Weaver Beats did, shout out to him, by the way, he's super cool. Something that is really interesting is that I actually have the exact opposite problem. I'm afraid of being a YouTuber that makes sound design tutorials but can't make music, or like has shitty music or whatever. And that's exactly why I started streaming music production every day.
Yeah, I feel you, dude. I mean, I don't think you just become a sound design tutorial thing. I think you've created a great platform that helps a lot of people, and I mean, it's also just sharing your experience essentially as a producer starting out, growing, and continuously making music. You're also building a community. So, I mean, there's only plus signs here for you. I mean, you can set a challenge which your viewers would make you stick to. Is it's time for me to now complete a track that I want to release,
Right.
or things like that,
Yeah.
Or I'm gonna do a whole album with let's all collab on an album. Someone's just send in a sample and you make a whole album with like just samples from different people.
Yeah. We
Like a collage. You're just putting together like a collage, like a nice big poster board.
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah.
Oh,
sick.
yeah, we did
See?
that. we have a
Yeah.
Discord mega collab that we did last year for I think it was for the holidays, but we just did, I was like, all right, everybody, you have to make 4 bars or 8 bars or something, and then transition it, and then it will lead into the next person's thing. But yeah, that's currently on YouTube. But yeah, I resonate with that a lot, and that's why I started doing the community thing on Thursday too. I really want to, as this channel gets bigger, I really want people to feel like it's like they're getting bigger with the channel as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You included, anybody that wants to be a part of this
thanks.
community, of like, hey, it's Thursday, I'm going to be streaming, I'll be hosting the show, but I want people to feel like they're welcome, and I want people to feel like they can just come in and be a part of something while I live stream it, and hopefully it will stay positive and stuff. And I have some control over that, of like, people not being dicks or anything, but at the same time, there's a lot of people like you, like Dash, like Carl, Jazz. There's some other people that have come in and just like been on the channel and just been like, yo, what's up? What are we talking about today? Or what are we doing? And
I mean, you'll find on you'll find in the world there are actually less shittier people than there are good people. We
Yeah.
just really think people are shitty.
Yo,
because we don't go outside.
I think we were talking the other day, and didn't you tell me that that Saturate also does kind of like a live stream on Twitch somewhere?
Oh yes, we do the live streams on Twitch. So we'll do like a production stream. So we do one every 2 weeks where it's myself, Cage, and Muzu, and we're thinking of getting guests on and getting people to come in, and we're just gonna throw them into the deep end, get them to use beats and do beat battles and things. Yeah, we were discussing what we want to do to improve our stream, and then we have feedback streams where we like people to send in their stuff, and then we'll give them crit whether they want to hear it or not, because
Yeah.
we're just gonna do it.
Can you link me to that also, so that way I can post it in the chat and the description?
Oh, okay, cool.
But
I'll throw it in the chat there.
The mega collab wants a baby brother sister. Yeah, dude, I'm down. And the other thing too is like the same way that you guys are doing that. Like I want you to do that on my channel too. Like I was really fortunate last week to have Cage on the channel, and you know, we did kind of like a co-production thing. That's actually where I had the chance to talk to you. But I mean, really just having that kind of network of things, right? And like having all these things that are available to people was really, I think, a potential like. I think it's so much better than what's been done before as a means of like helping everybody get better at their craft, because honestly, like at the end of the day, nobody's really buying music anyways. There's the competition aspect of that is not, you know, it's not, we're playing a whole different game now.
Yeah, it's a very different market to what it was before. And I think it also just goes back to, you know, I mean, all these, what's nice is that now, instead of just being the audience, everyone can be a participant.
Yeah, and everybody has an opportunity to like get good at music, and that means that, you know, we all have a chance to like express ourselves in the way that we want to translate, at least as far as the language of music. And I think that like for you to be a part of that, for me to be a part of that, that's something that like will leave an imprint on a lot of people's lives.
I would like to hope so. Some people do forget sometimes.
I know, but
you get very clouded, and sometimes the ego does take hold. But I mean, very rarely does the ego generally take hold and lasts for long. But I mean, from your community and like all the sort of people in, I guess, the last couple of months that I've met. It seems like there's a growing sense, like it makes me a bit more positive to what I expected, you know. I didn't expect people to be so friendly and build a community. Oh, also, like I mean, I just wanted to go back to what you were saying about my music being better than, or like more complex than trap and rap. Don't put no bars in those trap music, dog. That's my thing. I still think that I dig that shit, dude. But like, I mean, it's just different sort of cultures or ecosystems of music. And I think it's the one thing I learned about community in terms of production from, I guess, sort of how the trap and hip hop producer community. They are really about upliftment. Like, everyone's trying to plug everyone. Everyone's kind of got your back. I mean, obviously there will be shitty people.
Right.
And I found like within electronic music, people are too scared to really reach out, and sometimes egos do get in the way, but people really do take what each other do personally. Because I think these are like your friends who know how to hurt you the most. And like, I mean, the egos in electronic music are also, you know, they hyperinflate it to a very comical level. So, I mean, being a dick in the music industry is like, it's kind of common ground, but at the same time, it's like, it'll only get you so far with only so much power.
Right. It doesn't do you any favors up to a point. And the other thing that I think is interesting too, like, especially with, let's just use Saturate Records as an example, or Halftime in general. Like, to me, I associate Halftime, or whatever we want to call this, even Glitch or anything regarding the sort of like heavy beats with hip hop, and I feel like they might be, you know, cousins or whatever, but to me it's still part of the same family because of how much we like draw
So
inspiration
like the
from hip hop.
wonky beats kind of stuff, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like you guys must go check out some like old EPROM, old Slugabid.
Yeah.
This dude called Dank. He's now Mac Motel, a South African dude. Ross Fink. He's like my fucking number one dude. He's like one of the guys who's like inspired me to get more. I mean, I was making music then, and I was like inspired by like sort of electronic. And the first time I ever heard hip hop beats and like glitch hop and wobbles
Yeah.
together in a song is was one of his productions at a festival called Opikopi.
Opie
This
Koopy.
was in like 2008.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a long time ago, man. I didn't even start producing until 2013,
Damn,
which
Mr. Caviar.
which is also a long time ago now that I think about it, but holy shit.
Dude, it's so long ago.
Yeah, man. I think like I really want to like there's this saying that my friend Dell, he's a b-boy, and I'm gonna probably send this to him and make sure that he
Dell,
knows that
B-boy.
I'm acknowledging him, but he was a
Shout
breaker.
out Dell.
Yeah, Dell, like the computer.
Yeah.
He said to me, he was like, your vibe or your tribe is your vibe. And
Yeah. Did
and that was something that I was like, yo, like, okay, I get that. And it was really enforced because I come from the tricking / acrobatic community where people are doing like kicks, flips, and twists and stuff. And it was kind of the same deal as what we have going on now with the music production scene of, well, maybe it's not so, you know, tight knit and stuff, but back in the day, all of the trickers, we'll just call them that, knew each other on this forum called trickstutorials.com. But I could literally message somebody and be like,
what year was that? What year was that?
this was in 2008 that Tricks Tutorials was a big
Holy
thing.
shit.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, and now tricking is huge. But yeah, back in the day, it was all just funneled through one website, which is actually through somebody that I think everybody knows. His name is John Call / Juji Mufu. He's that really buff guy that does like splits on chairs and does like crazy shit. But if you look him up, you'd probably recognize him. He's like a national celebrity now, which is great, but good for him. But yeah, he pretty much brought the tricking community together, and then we would have these things called gatherings where, you know, we all show up and it's like a festival, but people are throwing flips and shit. And what was so beautiful about it was that I could be like, hey, I'm coming to visit in this town, and somebody would be like, yo, I know you, I've seen your tricks on the internet, come stay with us. And it's like, wait, what? You know? Yeah, and that's like what I mean, you know, now we kind of live in a different time period and stuff, but I still want the love of that and the vibe of that to instill on like my community for music.
It would be lovely to have that as well. Like, I mean, it's fuck. I just had the words for it and it escaped me. A more community-based community. I think it's.
Yeah,
I really
exactly.
had the words. I just couldn't take it. I'm gonna drop a link of this guy I was talking about, Dank.
Yeah, I'll post it in the description, or I'll post it in the chat in the description.
Yeah,
Cause
I just posted it in the chat. But yeah.
Wait, did you say you posted it on YouTube? You have to send it to me because for some reason YouTube links don't work in chat unless if I'm the one that posts them. I don't do that by default. I'm sorry. It's just
okay.
YouTube.
No. It's the streaming things to protect any spam from getting through.
Yeah. Okay, but I got you though. There we go. And then also link me your Twitch again if you can, so that way I can get them on that as well.
But 100% agree. I would love for the community to be like that as well.
Well,
you know, but it's slowly happening. I think post-pandemic, we're slowly starting to see it in the sort of local community. I noticed that sort of camaraderie was the word I was looking for. Sorry, that was really loud. You know, for instance, for people who are not familiar with South Africa, there's I'm going to give you two cities, Cape Town and Johannesburg, which are roughly 1,300 kilometers away from each other, maybe more. I don't know. I'm very bad with geography and distance, apparently. Anyway, so what has happened in what I've seen recently in the drum and bass community here in South Africa, particularly around Joburg and Cape Town, is because a lot of them are friends and they communicate with one another, and some of them are party organizers and DJs and producers, and everyone is now pooling together as a community to sort of create these parties, have your friends fly up for a gig, and then they're starting to get a lot of I guess big corporate interest, not big corporate interest, but funding. Let's call it funding rather than corporate interest, but funding and sponsorships, which is cool. So they can do more of these cool parties and keep, growing the community and, helping and pushing all their friends, because all the people now that are partying that used to be, all the people who are now drum and bass DJs, sort of popping off at the moment, all used to be the people who used to support us and come to our parties, And, we built a sense of, I'm not saying we built the community, but we had a sense of community together. We were all friends, we kind of had the weird fanboy moments, things like that, but it wasn't really like, oh my God, oh Zayn, oh yeah, it was so hot. Yes, okay, cool, but it was like, oh my God, Zayn, cool, my friend this, and I'm like, yeah, oh cool, you study there, oh yeah, study there, oh you DJ as well, your shit is cool. It's like, it's friends making friends. Well, this is how it was when I was growing up.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But then when you tour all over, not tour all over, we toured South Africa on back, which was a really bad idea. Our own back being our own dollars, I guess. So we put together and we went on a tour, a bunch of friends of myself, and this is in 2011. Actually, the first tour I went on, it was organized by this dude called Mickey Sun, who was part of this crew called Guns and Lasers in Port Elizabeth. It's now called Kebeja. And I had a friend. Her name was Simone van der Walt, and she was dating or was vibing with Mickey, and she was also a DJ, and they were looking for one more like a group or a person to join their tour.
Yeah.
That they wanted to do across, across the coast, sort of from Durban to, or East London to Durban. We went to which is Grahamstown, which is now called Makanda, and it's a student town. And my friend and I landed. So we got onto this tour, and then my friend and I landed there. We booked our flights the day that we heard we were on tour, because that was the last time we could get there and get a lift. Sorry, I'm confusing the story and trying to remember it. Yo, dude, yeah, Dash knows. Dude, we went to Grahamstown. A friend of mine, Sean, now he was DJ King Rat or Loud Beats at the time, and we went down with my friend Chris, who I used to DJ with, and his girlfriend Monica. And Chris was a pain in the ass the whole fucking trip. He was, whenever he got drunk, which is very often in Grahamstown or Makanda. Very easy to get drunk there. My friend Sean and I were about 21, 2011, and decided we were gonna try out drink them, and that was a very bad idea, because I think within 2 hours of being in Grahamstown or Makanda, we were very drunk. Chris started crying. So I used to be part of a dubstep duo called Crossman and Physicist. Oh God.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's cringe stuff. I mean, if you find it on the internet, like, I'm not responsible really. You don't
I
know
mean,
anything.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? For one, like we all kind of I honestly think that hardly anybody starts with the producer name that they like initially pick. And
Yeah.
maybe they do, I don't know, but I didn't personally. I went through a lot of different name changes and stuff, and even then I'm like looking at, doing a different project or whatever, but I mean, I don't know. It's all good fun to kind of look back on and like think about the mindset or the headspace that you were in during that time of your life, you know?
Yeah. It's a bit of a you dude. Yo, that was a rough time in my life.
Yeah.
Just because you're very young and you're very like everything exciting, and you're just getting so, sorry for lack of a better word, but lit.
No,
Like,
all good, man. It's
yeah.
I am really
But
curious and I like hearing about these stories and stuff because like my personal journey as far as being like a music producer it hasn't really taken me on any adventures except for one that happened this year. I got lucky enough to
yeah.
meet up with my friend Grady. He's also a tricker, but he goes by G Space and he's touring the East Coast right now. But he brought me out to just come play a set, and I played mostly just Chi and Cage music and stuff, and a couple of my tunes. But
Sick.
it was just like cool to even be there, I guess, if that makes sense. But like
Yeah.
my biggest happenings, like my biggest like how do I say like stories to tell would be like having Cage or frequent or you or somebody be like, yeah, I've learned from these people and had conversations with them. Somebody even like Dash, like him and I have had a couple of conversations, and it's like to know that I'm sitting down and having a conversation with people like you and them and talking about music production and being able to even just like converse or have like an intelligent conversation has been really like profound and very valuable to me. And I have to like try to tell people about it without being like, yo, check it out. I just did a private lesson with Copycat or something because for one, that's not what it's about. But
Yeah.
two, like I want to keep studying with these people and keep talking to them. And I also run a YouTube
Yeah.
channel. So it's like, I also like one thing I do try not to do as well is like whatever they teach me to not be like, hey, everybody, I have a new tutorial that these people just showed me. So I'm going to show it to you now. Like
Yeah.
that's something that I'm really like, I try to do that as little as possible.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, also, I guess asking sort of permission. For me, dude, everything I give you free trove. I mean, it changes for me fucking almost weekly. So, I mean, I never
Right.
really stick to doing one kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
try different stuff. Maybe sometimes to my detriment, but I try to save my racks now at least.
yeah, save them, dude. Especially in Snap Heap and Multipass, because I mean, really,
Yeah.
like,
Definitely.
I'm only maybe had one or two dedicated sound design sessions with the last like pack that I released, where I was like, okay, I'm making a pack for the sake of making a pack. It's all been from being like, I'm gonna make a new song today, or I'm gonna do this, and then saying, oh, okay, well, here's the idea that I already made with it. Now I'll just save that, and then it kind of becomes a pack. So that way I can still focus on the
Yeah.
music stuff.
Yeah. 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 Instead of having to sift through instead of having to sound design and waste your time.
Yeah,
And
like
what do they call it? The first 15 minutes when you should put the idea down and then do everything else afterwards, because those first 15 minutes are the spark crucial sort of spots of your creativity.
yeah.
So being technical in that time period is actually very detrimental. Just get your idea down and then be finicky afterwards,
Right.
because that idea will leave you.
And I think
I
that's
mean,
that's a
it's
skill in
just
its
a
own right,
sort of
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it's also just kind of if you are inspired, don't get caught up in the details until you have your idea down. But if you have no ideas, get lost in your finicky details, because I guess sound design is a nice way to, because after a while you're gonna start putting patterns in your head, and eventually,
Right.
if you just persist long enough, eventually you'll start making something of it. But I think the one thing that beats beat block and can almost make it mythical that if you keep on going into it with wanting a result, you're always going to be unhappy
Right.
forever. No, I'm kidding. But it's going to not help you create, because now you're like, you're pulling yourself towards yourself kind of thing. It's like, yes, do it, and you're like, no, I don't want to.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
if you
it's like
just want to do it,
you make a decision. Yeah, and then you're like, no, I don't like that decision. But you already made the decision, and then like you backtrack and you second guess, and then you're spending more time trying to figure out if that was what you. Yeah, I totally agree.
It's just, and also, what does Kenny Beat say? Dots. Don't overthink shit.
Right. I actually heard that
especially
from.
if you feel like you've got beat block. Open a sound design session and then just smash until it works. You know, I mean, that's, I think, a nice way without any. I think the big thing is not expecting anything to come of it.
And also like scope.
You're not gonna write like a
right?
banging record.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
scope as
yeah,
well.
and
Like
scope.
how big you make your projects, or like what it actually defines like a finished product of. Like it doesn't have to have, crazy fucking elaborate sections and stuff. It just needs an idea and a way to get into it and a way to get out of it.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say with that line as well? But yeah, I think like for me personally, I try to use the sound design as a means to like start gaining inspiration. I recently talked about that on a video of just being like, oh, I'm making choices, because it's better to make choices within your program or however you choose to make music than to sit there and wonder what you should do.
Yes, exactly. Turn the fucking knobs, dude.
Yeah, turn the knobs. Yeah,
Start that again.
start turning. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. But also, like, I think that if you get to a proficiency level of like sound design in general, where like you have the wherewithal with like doing kicks and snares and whatever, in a project, then you're actually solving like 4 or 5 problems at once. On one end, you are doing the sound design practice. You're doing it quickly and efficiently, to where you don't have to spend as much time doing it. 2, you are designing everything within the same headspace. So like whatever you make, like that's kind of how you're feeling, right? Because that's just what you're expressing in the moment, and everything kind of fits together in that way. 3, it's kind of like what we talked about from before, where you're doing the sound design, but you are only benefiting from it because you are not relying on a single preset to get you through, but B, you are so used to doing this arithmetic that it becomes so mundane for you that you're able to churn out large amounts of content without having to be like, man, I got to make another fucking snare today. I got to spend a lot more time on it. It's just like, there's so many benefits to it for me that I didn't talk about in the video.
That's effective workflow. That's a very important thing. Like, I mean, in any creative process, like, what's that? The 6 P's. Proper preparation prevents piss poor performance. Like, if you're an artist that paints leisurely, don't fucking keep your your brushes in the paint, that kind of thing.
Well, I mean, I do agree with that.
If you are, but like, I mean, if you are making snares, say for instance, even like if you're just making snares, or you've set out to make snares that day, you would be better off saving that, so the next time you make snares, you can improve on that, instead of having to sort of, rewind and redo everything, sort of reinvent the wheel each fucking time. You're doing the same process. You've just wasted your own time. No one wants to waste time. They want to be effective at what they enjoy doing,
Yeah.
I mean, even if it's a leisurely making music, sort of keeping things organized is in our nature.
Yeah, I guess like I just wanted to get so good at that if I feel like I needed a sound or something, then I could solve that problem. So if if I pick a snare and it's not working out or whatever, or if I'm, rather than scroll through presets, even my own or whatever, and try to find something, I would just want it to be like, I want to be so good at sound design that I could just make something hella fast and keep moving on. Like almost like alchemy, right?
Dude.
Sorry, but almost like alchemy, to just make it pop out of thin air as quickly as possible. I didn't do that on purpose, by the way, but to where
No.
the sound is in there,
That's
and then
fine.
I can continue moving on, right? To get those sounds from your head to the piece of paper, so that way you don't have to do that fucking scrolling, man. Because that to me has been the most toxic thing, is like surfing through presets or surfing through sample packs and hoping that you're gonna stumble upon the right one.
I like to do that sometimes, but only for sort of inspiration. But yes, I know what you mean. Dude, I was also at the stage where I wanted to be able to design any fucking thing I wanted when I was making a track, you know, like without having to. So much so that I started doing that. Eventually, you learn how to sort of make that, you know, saw wave pad. You learn the fundamentals of making a sine wave pluck. You know, you learn about the envelopes, you learn about the filtering, and then you can, oh, you can throw delay on this thing. Oh, you can throw reverb. Hey, now they came this new thing. It's called granular. You know what you can do? You can take all that shit
Right.
and
Vocabulary.
run through it at any interval. Oh, sorry,
Oh no, I was just chiming in, like, yeah, the vocabulary, right? About like knowing
okay. I thought
knowing
you
the
were
glossary.
tuning my swearing.
Oh no, you're good, dude. Yeah, say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean. But yeah, building the glossary of knowing what it is that you want to make in the first place, or what that characteristic is, or what type that is.
Yeah, like I mean, obviously, when I started out making, first thing I wanted to hip hop, right? So I tried to figure out how to make hip hop. How do they get the drums like that? I mean, Fruity Loops had the hip hop drums, so I used those.
Right.
This is on Fruity Loops 3, guys. It's
Oh
been
my
a
God.
long time.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Dude, I was making such garbage. Like, holy crap. Mom bought me a CD player, a hi-fi recording stereo thing with a tape deck as well. I think, how old was I? 13 or 14, yeah.
That's
And
crazy.
she bought me that for my birthday. It was sick, dude. I fucking recorded all my rap stuff on there.
That's awesome.
And, you know, eventually I started, you know, I was listening to a lot of hip hop and then trying to figure out how do they get their drums to sound like, you know, a band played it. And guess what? A fucking band does play it.
Yeah.
I learned a lot about jazz music and sampling. So I started looking for jazz music and sampling. And this is when we still had sort of dial-up internet, not like even, what's it? ADSL yet. Still fucking dial-up. And I would go into the internet like sort of very late at night on a Friday after 9, because they wouldn't charge you per hour you were on. They would charge you for the whole night. So my mom would like surf, and then she would be like, go to bed and be like, don't watch porn. And it's like, no, safe, mom. I'm fucking downloading music. So I downloaded a shit ton of music.
Yeah.
You could only download like 2 songs a night.
I know,
Yo,
right?
dude, we
It would
used to
take
get
6
excited for,
hours.
like, yeah.
Yo, so like I grew up hella poor, and to kind of relate to that, we used to have this internet service provider called AOL, but my mom would be like a promotional model or whatever, and she would have just a whole fucking bag of like demo internet services. So we would literally use that for like 10 hours until the disc like demo ran out, and then we would just load another one in to like have internet for at least a year. It was so funny, but it was like
that's
dial-up.
Fucking sick. Yo, dude, that was such a pain in the ass. If I may ask, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Hey, you're my age.
Yeah, we see.
I'm 31.
I know that you say that you are the grandpa, but I'm just as elderly.
It's so strange, dude. It's like before we would have had to be 40 and they would be kicking up about 30. That's, I mean, how it's changed now. I mean, people rise to prominence quicker than they did before, but I mean, the whole ecosystem, what prominence is also changed completely to what it used to be, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of you can play a gamble and a dice with an algorithm and make the front news page of The Guardian. It's insane. It's insane to watch all of this happen in real time.
I'm curious, how old are you, Dash and Artifacts? The age where it's smart to stop abusing your only body you have? No, that's like 55, if that. The abuse never stops, it just changes its expression.
No, he's right. He's right, dude. Sorry, they're right. Like you can't be abusing your body when you're 30, dude. Like you fucking feel it, dude.
Dude, I know that you guys, like, I disagree. I disagree. And I'm going to tell you why I disagree. Hold on one second. All right. So this is me at 30. Hold on a second. That was a couple weeks ago. It's about how you
Holy
take.
shit.
It's about how you take care of yourself. It's about becoming more aware of your body and more like and being just like educated on how to take care of yourself. And I think the older you get, the better you get at taking care of yourself in general. But with the science that we have today, with the things that we do, like the abuse should kind of like should diminish. You should train smarter, not harder per se. But that doesn't mean that like you can't still stay in and do, you know, really amazing things. There are people that are 45 that are still doing what I just did.
But I mean, you looking after yourself though.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's
right?
like, I mean, it's you're keeping active. I mean, when he says abuse your body, he means like
drugs.
Drinking a shit ton or eating too many burgers.
Oh, burger sounds great.
Yeah.
No, and that's part of it too, right? And then genetics have a play into it, and you know, there's all of those factors that still come into play and stuff. But what I'm getting at is that you should be doing that even if your body can't handle it, right? It should be about getting better, about learning how to take care of yourself and figuring out how to be the best you. So like, I don't know, because like I still abuse my body a lot, but I do it in a way that like I have things to help balance it. And that's kind of, you know, of course, like the holy caveat cop out thing to what everybody says. Yeah, do drugs, but balance it out. Moderation, bro. But no, I'm actually talking about like methodical things of like, hey, you know that you're going to go and train for 2 hours, so you should probably do some conditioning so that way your body can keep up with it, you know? Or hey, I'm planning on drinking this weekend, so maybe I'm going to make sure that I stay hydrated and like, you know, or hey, I'm going to plan for like this burger thing, so maybe I'm going to try to make up for it at the gym. And like, you see what I'm saying? Like it becomes this like give and take system, I feel.
Yeah. It's all about, I guess, balance, but like, you know, doing insane amounts of drugs, you know, hitting the gym hard is the exact opposite of what you should be doing. Both of those things will definitely fuck you up.
Yeah.
You know, they don't account for one another. They're really not good advocates for one another, and especially for your heart. And I mean, particularly with stimulants. And I mean, if you're gonna drink in fair moderation. Obviously, drink like an adult, I guess.
Drink like an adult.
But sometimes it's easy. It's easy to kind of overstep your bounds if you think you know you're used to drinking. You end up drinking like 4 because the conversation's so good, and then you realize.
Yeah.
You know, the flow is a little funny.
Right. Then you're like, man, I'm having such a great just on the floor.
Yeah. But I mean, it never really gets to that. But I do get you stupidly loud, drunk, and obnoxious. I mean, it happens to the best of us. It happens to me a lot, actually. And I'm advocating for responsible drinking. Damn it. Yeah. Never mind what I said.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I actually don't drink. I also like don't really like do any kind of like drugs or anything of the sort, just because of how it affects my mental state, and like that's something that I just know about myself. I don't like judge anybody for when they do, and I'm actually curious to like see what would come out with people that like are on some kind of stimulant or something that where they get into a creative situation, right? But through the things that I've tried, it has not benefited me. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe I don't do drugs, but maybe my vice will be, I'm going to have a brownie when I want to.
Like an edible.
No, like, well, I mean, not even like an edible, just like a brownie, you know, like plain ass.
I mean, you can have as many brownies as you want.
You know what I'm saying, though, you know?
Yeah.
Pretty sure if it wasn't for all the biking, I would not be able to go skateboarding anymore. Yeah, so Artifacts skates too. And then there's another, actually Weaver. Dude, Artifacts, you should get with Weaver, because Weaver beats skates as well. Edible, yes. I'm good, man. Like, I'll sit and watch you guys have a good time, but that's just not for me.
Skateboarding. Oh, edibles.
Yeah, edibles.
Yeah, that shit fucks you up, dude.
No, I have an urge for brownies.
I mean, for me, it's just like a high that never stops, and then eventually I just go to bed. and you're just like, dude, I'm so over this. I'm still kind of hungry,
Yeah.
but if I eat more, I just, it gets worse.
So my 19th birthday was that trick that I just did. My 19th birthday was
Yeah.
actually the first
Yo,
time.
let's have a rewind on that trick.
It's called a double cork, but my 19th birthday
It's fucking. Let's
was
see it again.
the
You
first.
should have like an air horn on it. So you beep 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 beep.
Ooh, you should see this guy. Hold on, let me pause this right here. This guy, that's my buddy that I train with. His name is Sterling. You can find him Sterling G Walker on Instagram, but he is a fucking monster. Just he's so good. But so yeah, I landed this on my 19th birthday for the very first time, and from there I celebrated by having an edible that had like just a bunch of hash in it and stuff. And I kid you not, but I was stuck to the couch for 3 days, seeing like stutter vision, where like everything was kind of just like appearing at once, or like kind of like slow motion, like the $1 Million Man, like
Yeah.
when you punch somebody, and I could not get rid of it.
Whoa.
And when I finally came back to, sorry for me flexing, I apologize, but yeah,
Flex, dog, flex.
but after I came back to myself, like it took me like a month to start even feeling like myself again.
Yo, dude, that's pretty scary. I won't
Absolute
lie to
Chad.
you. I think for me, I kind of had that experience like with my first acid trip. I never ever was the same after that. But I mean, that's quite scary. Like everything is sort of that tunnel vision. Oh, it's like the $1 Million Man. I think that was like for me also the first joint I ever smoked.
Really?
Yeah. Like everything was like that. It was like I was in a dream. I can still remember it quite vividly because I didn't know whether I was here or not. And now, like, I smoke weed every day.
Man, and I guess like I don't really know if there's like that period where like you get over it or something, but for me, like I've tried things and had a negative enough experience to be like, man, I don't think I like that. I think I'm good.
Yeah, dude. Especially if you like have a terrible experience. I mean, I definitely think it's not for everyone, and I'm hoping at some point I just don't want to smoke anymore because I mean it's one less habit I don't have to deal with, and have to fund and do a lot of things. At the moment, I just kind of smoke my amazing weed my roommate grew.
I think so I have family that's really into it and stuff, and they have actually taught me a lot about botany and the means of like growing in the process and all that stuff. And that's actually, I find that very fascinating. And I think that it's actually, I would much rather be around somebody that smokes a lot, like maybe not cigarettes or so like in my face or anything, but much rather be someone that like smokes a joint rather than somebody that's just like shit-faced drunk, if I had to pick.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, definitely.
most of the time, like people that are really high, they just want to chill, and they might say stupid things, but they usually don't act on stupid things. Whereas I've been in several situations in my life that I've actually had like physical altercations from someone else being drunk and me trying to stop them from hurting themselves.
Yeah, themselves or others especially as well. Because you're not just a danger to you, you're a danger to everyone around you.
Yeah. Not to mention like driving, right? People trying to get keys and stuff, and it's just like, man, stop. I wouldn't condone driving high by any means, right? Or doing anything while under the influence, but I have found myself in that situation, not me being high while driving, but being in a car with someone high, and I remember that my experience was they drove very slow.
Yeah, that was about it. Same with me and my mates. Like, I mean, fucking my friend thought his car was a lowrider.
Yeah, just very slow.
Lowrider. He was just push his chair back. Sean. Yeah, he was in Cape Town recently, and he didn't even come. He didn't even holler at me, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Girlfriend. What a dick.
Yeah,
screw him, dude.
Screw him. It's okay, man. You got some friends that like having you here now. I do have a question. Are there any like upcoming artists or anybody from your area that like nobody knows about yet that you're really like, man, when this person, like does this or like, reaches this milestone that they're gonna fucking blow up?
that was Aiden for me for a very long time. Like, dude, this guy's gonna fucking explode. I'm sure people know Palachrome or Hendrik Jurgens.
Palachrome, yeah.
Yeah. He's also one of my unsung children.
Yeah.
Hey.
He-
He's definitely gonna blow up, but he's been blowing up for a while. There's a guy called Tyron Jones, but he's like more on the producer side, so like making beats for like your Doja Cat or
Yeah.
yeah, that kind of industry. He's a very talented producer. I really think he's gonna hit it big, and no one's gonna see it coming.
That's awesome, man.
Fringe as well, Uncle Fringe, Francois is one of our mates from. I know him from Joburg. Lesego also knows him as well. Okay, I'm gonna just flex for like a hot second. I used to live with Chi like, many years ago.
It's not flexing.
That's-
I tried to like say that you knew Chi without like, you know what I mean?
I didn't really pick up on that. I was like, I'm like, I mean, my achievements, they're not like the greatest. It's also the idea of what an achievement is. Like, I mean, I thought those were myself, and I really enjoyed. I like the fact that it brought me to a community and allowed me to do this as a career. So I'm very thankful for that.
Well, what's interesting is like in the same way that you kind of that you talk about, you know, like Aiden and Palachrome and stuff is like kind of still how I have hopes for just the Saturate community in general. I'm just gonna label you guys as that because you're a label, so accept the label. No, I'm kidding. But the South African community, because I know that Chi is obviously doing incredibly well, but I think that people like you and people like Cage deserve to be out there, and like the States love your fucking music. Like we love that shit. I eat it up. I would play it on stream every day if I could.
Thank you guys.
But
Thanks, that's very flattering. But I think it's also like it's also a sense of industry. I think I was also looking at it, and I was for many years a little jealous, but at the same time, like kind of is something wrong with my music? Does it suck or whatever? And I realized the music I was making wasn't particularly catered towards a crowd of that sort, you know? Like Lesego's music could be played in a club, you know?
yeah,
And, you know, we were doing the same thing, but completely different scales of thinking. I like where I was headed was a very different way to where Lesego was, you know?
so
And I think that's, yeah.
well, I have a question regarding that because like I know like I didn't know that you were a physicist before I heard Zayn Wolfe. And I think that we've talked about this before, but what's it called? Like your physicist music comes off very different as what you put out as Zayn Wolfe. But I do have a question. At what point in your career did you actually put out Body Breaker?
Oh, that was as Zayn Wolfe. I think I put up Body Breaker in the May 2020.
So a couple years ago. So yeah, you've been doing the
yeah,
physicist project for a really long time because I was actually listening to you when I was on tour for Marvel, Smiling and Sobriety and stuff. Like on the tour bus, that's what I'd be listening to, and I'd be laughing all that. But
Thanks, man.
yeah, dude, it's just really cool. That's why I say like, oh, dude, what the fuck? So, but that is, you're right, and I think that like I think that it's changed too, though, right? Because I would say that like IDM, and maybe that's not how you would categorize your music, but very glitch and rhythm focused kind of stuff. I think Echo and Cohen Sound have done a really amazing job at putting that kind of style of music on the map.
Yeah, dude. I remember an era. I think it was the 2014 era of the Cohen Sound snare.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I think I have a culprit tune I chopped up and made like an edit of.
Well, yeah, Culprit too,
I
right?
used one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, Culprit was.
His snares are different though. Actually, his snares are quite different. But back then, like, dude, he used to make some. Some of his tunes were hits. Some of them were misses. Everyone has their shit moment, but Culprit, I think, is one of also the artists that sort of inspired more my sound in terms of production.
Well, I guess what I
very
was.
late in life.
Yeah.
Oh.
And what I was getting at though regarding that was that like there is a market, there is a scene. I think that, you know, making stuff for the club is definitely like the easiest way to go. But
Mm.
something that is really interesting, like do me a favor if you can at some point, look up this group of people on Instagram called Skillaz, Skilaz. Um, One of the guys, his name is Ali. He's actually from Ukraine, which, you know, unfortunately Ukraine is still a shit show right now, but that's why he's out here. But someone from
Yeah.
Skillaz goes to my gym and I train with him from time to time. But imagine, I want you to look that stuff up and look at the experiences that you and your music could potentially create with those kinds of things, right? Because somebody even said it myself, like I'm not sure if you had a chance to listen to The Source of Nightmares or not, but like it's not even music, it's a sound experience. And that is automatically unique, I believe, especially like with the stuff that you
Yeah.
do. But you have this balance of making that kind of like experience atmosphere, but also in a means that is easy to listen to in general, right? Travel music, that's a great way to, you know, to talk about it. That's when I was listening to, was during travel, you know. But those are the kinds of things that leave that lasting imprint with people, as opposed to a song just being catchy. And that's why I do believe that there is a market for it. It's maybe just not in the same direction of like, yo, I'm trying to play this out at a club or whatever. Or maybe, you know, putting out a different kind of show where it's a club, but not a club where people come and dance and like fucking rage. It's a club where
Yeah.
people come in like Snarky Puppy, you know, they have headphones.
Yeah.
Every single person has headphones, and they actually play to headphones so that way everybody has the optimal experience and it's all unique for each person.
Yeah. Yeah. I've also thought about how I wanted to present that album as well, the Carb. It's very heavily inspired by how Amon did, I guess, Isa. I like the whole idea that he, because I had written a story for the Macabre, which is a high school story, a very melodramatic one.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was reading a lot of Dan Brown novels when I was in high school, because I found them very entertaining about like the Holy Grail and,
Yeah.
you know, fucking, it's such smut. I won't lie to you guys, but I fucking loved it.
Right.
Yeah, it's violence and history all in one book.
Right.
Great. Yeah, and so I mean, I wrote this story called The Architect, how it eventually inspired sort of the narrative that I wanted to have for um, the Macabre, because you know I started writing an album and I've got like a of cuts. I'll find them for you and then I'll send them through to you
Okay.
as well. I mean, you can play them. You can even give them away if you want. It's a
No.
lot. It's very interesting stuff. Now, I mean, it's useful. Like people can take it and chop it, do what they want with it.
Right.
That's the fun part about music. I like doing that. Sampling is a very important part of music.
Absolutely.
I really fully believe in that, and I think it's kind of honorary, especially if I'm giving it to be sampled. Anyway. Anyway, the tunes. So I started writing essentially an album, right? My whole idea was to sort of add Foley to like a lot of garage-esque beats, and it was like a club meets thought-provoking music, which you know for
Right.
4 years I kind of hit back and forth, making a bunch of tunes, and then I was also speaking to a person, some Midcraft at the time, and he was also helping me along with creating these demos, and I had like an assembly of songs.
Mm-hmm.
My big problem was now, you know, none of these really. So I thought it was a better idea. Kind of took those ideas and constructed, and I needed the first thing I was before used to write.
Zane, I'm so sorry. You're cutting out a bit.
Oh, sorry, that's my bad.
No, no worries, dude. Are you
Yeah,
swiveling?
I used to write a lot. Oh yes, I am swiveling. I used to write a lot. So I found the story I had from high school, vamped a basis narrative. I created a sort of with pieces of stories I'd written, And yeah, that was what the macabre. If anyone wants to know, it's based on a person who's lost his complete and utter mind and family, and he has to relive this experience. But you don't know that. It was supposed to be visual, but it's about a person who kills his inner child and his own nurturing ability in a psychiatric ward.
Dang, nuts.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of other imagery, and I'm trying to write another album of the same sort of scale of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, service industry is about my work in the service, working in the service, the kind of people you kind of meet.
Man, yeah, I know a lot
Sorry.
about that. It's not fun, and I told myself, actually, my brother and I made a pact with each other that we were like, dog, whatever you do, do not ever end up at a restaurant.
Sure, no, dude, it's pretty terrible.
Yeah, I mean,
Restaurants are not the greatest. I'll be honest. I used to work in a coffee shop, which way better. I'll be dead honest.
yeah,
It's cool. I enjoyed my job. It's nice.
yeah. I mean, well, it's coffee, right? So like, how disastrous
Yeah.
can it be? But when it comes to just like insane fucking people that are especially in America, like America is so entitled, and I'm so sorry if when you meet my countrymen, because I don't say if, I mean when. That we just have a
Okay.
tendency to just expect shit and be laid out in front of us like a red carpet because we're all royalty or something. So yeah, I'm sorry. But in saying that, we definitely do it to each other as well, and it's very ugly. And that's something that like I talk to people about on this channel a lot, of just being like you say, right? Just grateful that I'm even paying my bills doing something that like this. I'm even just lucky enough to get enough money to invest back into the channel, to that way I don't have to, come out from like outside sources of pockets or whatever to buy new speakers or to get a better streaming thing. And that's like, fuck, man, like there's a lot of people out
Yeah.
here trying to do what we're doing, and a lot of people are trying a lot harder than us, I feel, as well.
Yeah. And it also may just be the approach of just it's very difficult to find new people on the
Yeah,
without money. It's
true.
there's amazing people who are not, but like if, for instance, especially with musicians, amazing that are not particularly content creators,
Yeah,
and so they're not really on anything. If you come across them, you'd be lucky, kind of thing.
yeah, exactly. And that's why I asked from before of like if there were any artists or anything that you knew personally that were like
Yeah.
up and coming, right? But yeah, it's like why I talk to my partner about this. She's actually a classically trained composer, and she's actually like so far beyond to the point that I can't even like converse with her because I don't understand 90% of what she's saying.
You must try. You must try, bro.
I do.
I'm telling you,
It's
like,
hard.
It's a whole new.
It's worth it. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just like she's
Yeah.
got so much training that's so far beyond me that it would be like I don't know. It's hard to explain. But anyways,
Don't be intimidated by the knowledge. Try to understand it, because, like, dude, it's a whole new way of thinking as well. It's really nice to exercise. The problem with music theory, it seems daunting because it is made like as this egregious thing you must learn. It's
mhm.
not like exciting or fun. It's not enveloping as,
Sound
electronic
design.
music
Yeah.
production or sound design. Squiggly lines and turning knobs is fucking cool, man. But like like learning how to play pianos and like flex your fingers in weird ways to create cool sounds is also pretty cool. Like
Yeah.
it's
I agree.
like I
think
mean, yeah, I kind of enjoy music theory, and it's very easy to get caught in the rabbit hole. But I think for the longest time, I think the biggest mistake about learning music theory is who you learning it from.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's not to say that these tutorials are bad, but some of them are going to make things worse.
Makes sense. And I think
Yeah.
that like there's also a lot of like information out there on particularly YouTube, right? That has like, misinformation. I don't think that anybody's out to do you wrong or anything, but at the same time,
Yeah.
like, and I have to be careful of that myself, and I actually have taken videos down because I've like said, things that I misrepresented or like didn't really understand the full. I didn't know what I was doing.
Scope of, yeah.
Long story short, so but that's part of it. But no, I agree, and
Yeah.
I actually don't dislike music theory. I think it's just a matter of like catching up in order to even get there, as is really like where it is, right? It's one thing if like we start a race and you've got a little bit of a head start, but it's another thing if you're already halfway done.
I think the one thing your partner will tell you, especially in terms of learning theory, is you'll come back to some of the things you learn and understand that were long-winded paths to get to something that is, complex, but particularly it's easier to get to that point. It's a much easier route. I've only experienced this with a lot of people who've generally learned music and studied like music or did their masters or are composers and stuff. And they'll all say is, you don't really have to learn about music theory, but it's understanding how the music firstly works and
Right.
how it sounds, and like after that you'll understand why the music theory makes sense. Understanding just your major and minor scales, literally all you have to know. Everything else becomes complementary and coloring.
Right. And I think that something
or at
that
least I believe.
Yeah, no, I agree. Something that I've learned from music theory in general, because I have a little bit, right? I don't have a lot, but something that I've learned from music theory is that it will teach you about a lot of the whys of music in general. A lot of, well, why does this? And it helps you repurpose the whys that you have with, not you in particular, but the whys that somebody might have with why they want to like make what they want to make. It was something that Aiden had actually talked with me about when we were doing our live call, because he was like, a lot of times when he teaches lessons or whatever, he's like, yeah, a lot of times people ask me, how do I do this? How do I do this? But what really matters is, why do you want to do that? Why do you want to, and that's something that like I understand conceptually, but maybe I haven't figured out for myself in some cases of just like, not having the experience or something. But I do think that it's interesting, and it's really important and relative to consider in that aspect of like, it's not even just about why do you want to make the music that you want to make. It's about why did you make that decision
what purpose does it fulfill?
But like on a granular scale of like within the composition itself, right? Like, why did you put a bass right there? Why did you put a melody? Why did you insert, like, what is that doing for you? And I would really love to have you both on the channel sometime to talk more about that if you guys are open to it. But I think it's a really cool thing to think about.
Yeah, you can hit him up out right now. I think he's on Discord. Just grab it. But I think he's probably making beats.
Yeah.
I told him he needs to make me 5 atmospheres.
Really? Really?
By this evening, melody.
He's so busy, man.
I require 5 atmospheres.
He is
quite busy. We're also trying to get him to come work with me as well with the audio box, because I write samples for audio box as well.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting. It's also like, the thing is, one thing I've learned that I like sharing this with people, because it's eye-opening for me, and this is also where it came to a realization where hating shit it's just gonna give you ass cancer,
Yeah.
So like, the world is very explorative. Like, personally, the only kind of music I really dislike is psytrance. I'm not a very big fan.
Oh no.
But I can appreciate the sort of technical ability that goes behind it, because for me it's very calculated. It takes tremendous effort and thinking, which I feel detracts from what music is. But I mean, it is in patterns and algorithms, so I mean, I'm not one person. Talks. We speak of the devil. He just sent me something. But yeah, I'm just not a really big fan of it. Because I kind of like jazz stuff.
So I will say, and not because Dash is in the channel. Sorry, let me cut you off for just a second. Do me a favor if you have the time. Actually, Dash Glitch just put out an album, and he makes psytrance.
Take a listen to it. But if it's not like, I'm really not a fan of high, but I like the daytime psytrance. Daytime's pretty cool.
Daytime psytrance?
Dark psytrance is also pretty rad.
Oh, Dark Side of Sight.
I
Well,
used to like that.
well, give him a listen, because I think that he.
Yeah. I think I know Dash's stuff, but like, I mean, there's something nice about a certain scene of the Psytrance producers here, like Headroom, for instance.
Hmm.
I think he is South African, and he was fucking tight, dude. He has this one shoot I think called Smoke. Whew, banger. Like, I mean, I don't hate all of it, but it's not like my preferred genre.
Right,
There's
and
nothing I actually hate. You know,
I've
It's
expressed that.
really-
Well,
I think
fuck,
like I'm
country.
not a big fan of country,
Yes,
not a big
this is
fan
why
of
you're on my
country.
channel.
but there are like one or two country songs that have got like cool riffs and nice tone, and you know,
Yeah.
big ups to you for that. But like that's about it about certain tunes. But there's certain country that really, you know, they suck. It's not my preferred genre either. But you know, I'm not gonna go into Neil Young because I love Neil Young.
No, but I understand what you're saying, right? It is a matter about like what you're perpetuating, but also like as you become a bigger figure in the music world, where it might be on a major or minor scale, but even if one person looks up to you as a music producer, and
Yeah.
they take what you say to heart, and you say I hate this without context, or you explain something
Yeah.
like that, and you don't give them
Did I
like
say I hate.
you don't give them the.
Yeah.
Like I
Okay,
say like
yeah.
I dislike stuff as a teacher, but I say now you go figure out if that's something that you like or that you don't like, because
Yeah.
you have to figure that out for yourself.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah, true.
I hate this and you should too, right? Because that's a very different thing.
Yeah. No. I definitely. My opinions are my own. People should be open to listening to anything, and
Right.
you know, make up your mind for yourself. Enjoy what you enjoy. Music is too subjective for us to enjoy everything all at once and being like, you know, all the same. It's nice to have diversity, but I mean, it's also about tolerance. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna go out of my way, you know, go and burn down country songs and like burn their records like they did to disco. But you know, I'm not like gonna go out my way to put on a country record if I don't want to listen to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know who I think is
I kind of like I also kind of like some weird songs as well. I don't know if people know Hank Williams the third or the first. I can't
I'm not
remember
sure.
which one. He's a badass motherfucker.
I'm a bit sad
That's
no
what it
one
is.
in the past told me I should make my own templates for music production. Are you watching live right now, Navi?
Oh, shame. Yeah, dude, that's also the thing is templates, but templates can sometimes clutter the workflow. Sometimes that sort of blank screen is a nice thing to have.
Yeah.
But yes, in terms of music, like I really do enjoy everything. And I feel it's just like personal preference would say I'm not a big fan of sites. That's about it.
Yeah.
But in terms of, you know, music production, it's so to the point, so calculated. I find it quite an endeavor and quite like quite an admirable task to accomplish getting, you know, simply just the bass and the kick right. It's also the same with hardstyle. I'm not a particularly big fan of hardstyle. I like some of the sounds and stuff. Like in hardstyle, they've got and you know how to make those basses and that kick, dude. Like
Yeah.
it's like it's deep science. So I mean, a lot of these things, you know, I pick out those kind of ideas and production ideas because I mean, those are marvels to behold in terms of music technicality, production. But I like things that sort of I like more musical things, I guess. Like jazz.
Well, you could tell within
Also,
your
my
music.
music is,
Yeah.
you know, also I would say my music is also heavily inspired by psytrance and to going to like playing these psytrance parties as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Cape Town's got some pretty awesome ones. If anyone ever comes down here, like I would suggest going to like Vortex. The Resonance closed, but Vortex is a vibe though.
I think that there's something to be like taken valuable from almost every genre. I guess the reason why I hate country is because
Yeah.
I didn't grow up in the Midwest, but I was born in the Midwest, and a lot of the people there are very close-minded, and like I have a very like bad experience with with cowboys.
Like biting into a peppercorn, bro.
Yeah.
Peppercorns are good, but like, I mean, if you're gonna bite into one and you have a bad taste, remember that's gonna stay.
Right, exactly. And I'm not saying that everybody's like that, because there's definitely a bunch of great people. But as far as that music community that I've run into, it's been very like, you know, yeah. Anyways, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to badmouth anybody. But in any case, yeah, I think that like definitely when I think of your music, like as far as technology, from a technology standpoint, I want to say that you have always kind of been at the forefront of like doing stuff that most people have never heard before, as far as like sonically. But your influences, at least to me, come from hip hop and from jazz, with the arrangements that you have, especially your physicist stuff.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's I sort of, I think I was trying to keep to a standard of song construction, but I never could get song structure right. Sorry, my bad. I could never get my song structure right. I struggled tremendously with like hearing to proper song structure. It was one of the difficulties a lot of people had with writing. For some reason, I just didn't know how it worked. I would just loop until it sounded right, and then change the part, you know.
Yeah.
But like with sort of the macabre, I essentially abandoned that idea to write a narrative. So it didn't really matter about length. It was about whether it carries itself properly. But it was mainly based around song structure. So certain songs were based around songs I liked. A lot of Culprit, Tobin. Funny enough, sorry, excuse me. Funny enough, one of the songs, I think the last one on Macabre, was based off Thace's Home remix that he did for, I think it's Sophie Latricia. So his song is at 172, and I was like, this sounds like a techno tune. So I made sort of a very similar sounding tune to his, but at 125. So like a techno tune. So it ended up being a 7-minute tune because I was following his structure. That's the one thing, is I used to take songs and literally copy structure because I couldn't adhere to structure in my head. But then I started coming up with a cool idea of taking like two songs, certain structures of how they progress things and whatnot. There is a sort of style of how a riff is played in, I think it's the irony in the breakdown, which I got the idea from an Incubus.
That's so cool.
I think it was Make Yourself. And then there's a part where it goes, dun, 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 dun. If I had made me, dun, 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 dun. And I was like, that's a pretty cool sort of build-up. Ooh, sorry.
No dying, Zayn.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to. The intro was inspired by Culprit in the End. I like the idea of having a lo-fi piano, so I did that.
So regarding that, I think that like something that I would like to talk to all of my, I'll say, trusted adults or mentors or just people that I look up to, that I have the ability to. I do want to try to get deep and down into friends, composition with them. I almost like feel bad. Like that would be the first thing that I would say, but you know how some people are like that, right? Of like, yeah, I did a lesson with you, but we ain't homies. So I try to keep it somewhat formal.
I mean, some people are like that, but like, I mean, I'm a nice guy and you're a friend, dude. I mean, we've spoken more than just about music.
Yeah, of course. You get what I'm saying.
The millennial situation. I think we both now can figure that there's something bigger than both of us. It goes beyond the production, and that's the fact that we are now in our 30s and things are not making sense.
Yeah, that's a whole different deal. But before I get sidetracked, my friends or teachers, all that stuff, anything that feels proper for the person, is going more into composition, and that's something that I would want to do more on my channel as well. So like the very first EP that I wrote was very like Echo and Cohen sound inspired, where like it was pretty much 3 different songs, and then I tried to figure out how to connect them. And I stopped doing that because that's actually what got me into beat block, because I started having immense expectations for how songs should be and how they should be written. And so it wasn't even until recent though, like I just started doing beats with Cage and just doing like, I want to learn more about the I want to learn more about like making my grooves so fucking strong and interesting that I only have to like spend more time doing that and play it for a minute and a half rather than say I gotta have all these fucking crazy layers and narratives and stuff to tell a story,
Dude,
you know,
yeah.
every
that
time. But
trapped me as well.
I was gonna say, have you talked to Hudson recently at all?
Not really, no.
So if you get, well, I was gonna say like if you get the
Just
chance,
send our WhatsApps.
yeah, if you get the
Another-
chance to converse with him, tell him that you talked to me if you want. But he gave me an
Yeah.
amazing perspective on mood boarding and also on how to write in narrative, where it wasn't even really music anymore. It was like what we were talking about with like sound design experiences and stuff. But that's how I wrote Tales from the Coffin, because like nothing is in time. It's like writing music to Tom and Jerry, where everything is just phrases.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might already be super familiar with it, but I do think that you guys would have an amazing conversation about that.
We still have a collab sitting somewhere in my computer we've had for years that we should have finished. But I'll get hold of him again and see if he'll chat to me. I haven't spoken to him in a while. He's been like pretty busy. It's been a good year for him. That's what I like though.
Yeah.
So
Well, you've
he's
been
getting
busy
better
too.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too as well. Fucking dude, I forget that I exist sometimes, you know, in a weird way, not in a bad way, in like a kind of gotta wake up, make beats. Yes, sick. Get some coffee, you know, grab a cigarette, have
Right.
some food.
Is there anything in
makes you
particular that you
pancakes.
do to like get in the mood outside of like your stimulants and stuff? Like, do you get into like, I don't know, any kind of like meditation, or like do you have some kind of ritual that you do, or do you like sit there and like slap yourself in the face and be like, all right, it's time to make some fucking music, and then like, you know what I mean, just go to
It's
work?
kind
Or
of just that.
yeah,
It's sometimes like that. It's different on different days. Some days I'm like sort of just hella inspired, but you know, it's become almost autonomous in the procedure of starting. Like I actually start late. I think I'm very scared of the starting period of it, so I procrastinate the living shit out of doing that. So I do engage for like a bit, but then I get very distracted. Of late, I've been getting very distracted, very irritable, because also my computer's a bit slow, and sometimes I'm like, I'm just not really feeling what I'm doing. It's just because I guess I'm getting computer fatigue as well.
yeah. I
Because
mean,
it's
from what
becoming
you
habitual rather than, you know, entertainment.
simple hot shower,
You know,
hell yeah.
that kind of shit. Yeah.
But no, I definitely feel you on the autonomy of like getting into music writing, and like it's a blessing and a curse, because like you get out of the beat block thing like we talk about, but sometimes it kind of gets you in the exact same mood, I guess, because you get so used to it. That's kind of how I am with
Yeah.
sound design. And that's why I do sound design right before, because it's so automatic now that I'm like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna make kick, snare, bass, whatever, and then make whatever I can out of what I just made.
Fucking good idea. I'm gonna maybe wake up in the mornings and make meditation sounds
Yeah,
for
just
myself.
just like make like
For
your
like an
foundation,
hour.
right? And then you know that trick that you and I had talked
Go
about,
and do
that
more
that
work.
Paige talked to me about as well, is like the resampling thing, where like once you have like a beat or a loop or a riff, and you just resample it, and then suddenly like the
Yeah.
tune starts writing itself. And I wouldn't say that I make
Yeah.
amazing shit, but I get it done, and that's what's really
Yeah.
fun.
Sometimes you know, they always say quality over quantity. Nah, fuck that shit. Fucking make a ton
Yeah,
of beats.
just keep
Like,
making
it's the
beats.
only way you get better. It's like you don't get better at riding your bicycle by like calculating the spokes and calculating your road maps. You get fucking better by doing it, by riding the goddamn bike, right? You gotta do that,
Yeah,
and
and
you'll be fine.
and I think like I have this little icon on my chat that says mad, and I don't think that anybody actually knew what that was about, but it actually stands for make a decision. That's kind of my thing.
Sick.
If like you don't know what to do, or like you're out of decisions to make, then make a choice, and that is what gets you out of the block. And so, you know,
Yeah.
getting better or building a skill set at making a choice that pushes the tune forward, as opposed to making like an arbitrary choice. Like a choice is better than no choice, but you
Yeah.
get better at saying, okay, it's time to make a choice that's going to push the tune forward in order to finish that. And that's why like I also force myself to, at least, even if I don't finish the song, to at least write the arrangement out, or at least sketch an arrangement, because at
Yeah.
the end of the day, if you do that, even if you hate it, like you still know the whole story, right? You still know, like it's like a coloring book where you don't have to draw the pictures, you just color it in. You know what to expect, you know what it's going to be,
Yeah.
but you just have to finish coloring, right?
Yeah, just continue coloring and you gotta finish. It's always that sort of, I guess, that what's finisher's anxiety, you know?
Well, you know, Zane,
So,
I say this all the time too, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot or anything, but like if you have any projects or whatever, or if you want me to send you something to help you kind of like move past that, I'd be more than happy to. Again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, and you're always welcome to say no, but I want to see you finish music, and I want to be like part of your growth too, you know?
yeah, I was actually gonna mention that now is you know, with doing these samples, like I said, it becomes that autonomous thing of like you continuously do it and it becomes less and less exciting. I mean, I really do enjoy it. For the overall experience, I enjoy it more than I dislike it at all. Like, I actually don't dislike it at all. I love doing this, but sometimes I get that screen anxiety.
Yeah.
That's what I call it, I guess. I don't know. It's just this whole thing of, you know, switching on and then engaging. I feel like it's such a process. Sometimes my computer takes long to load and it's very frustrating, and then I get distracted and then I go away from it because I know exactly what I need to do and I know I should do it, and as soon as I start doing it, it'll happen. That's the whole thing. That's why I also believe, you know, the best way to beat block is go sit down and just do something. Doesn't matter what it is, just do it, because eventually you're gonna get into the things. You're gonna feel comfortable in it. It's gonna be normal, and then you'll be out of it. You've done something. It doesn't have to be anything. You did something, and that's how you get rid of it. But yeah, like I just don't have time to finish music. That's like my big problem now, is because of, you know, writing these samples,
Right.
doing a bunch of stuff. But like I think in the next week or so, I'm gonna start having more time, and I'm gonna limit my time, and, you know, set like timer clocks so that I can finish up tunes, because I know what they needs to be done, and I can.
Yeah.
I've had to do this like in the past. When did I get this job? Like in the past 20 days, I had to write 85 samples. I had to sort of repeat process 85 times, making melodic loops. So, you know, you get in flow and a groove of, and each of them different than the next one. So you learn about different musical instruments. So these are the fun games that you learn while doing samples, and then you start building this repertoire, and then you usually do it, and you do it.
Yeah, and aren't you also working on packs that are like kind of outside your typical genre?
I mean, I'd like to say I don't have a genre.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I make samples for Audio Box, which is more like the main market sort of pop, you know, that the pop, R&B, hip hop, modern pop music today.
Right.
Which is not all bad. Like, don't get that wrong. Like, it's a whole different world of production and a very different community, and those kids are getting bag, and I'm fucking very happy for them, because they, you know, they're helping each other achieve their dreams and living the best lives they can on this goddamn burning earth. So good on
Yeah.
them. Anyway, what I'm like, you know, it's so that's the kind of samples I do, things that, you know, would help you get placed, stuff that you can use for like adverts, you know, to have a sort of more modern, trendier edge of sound, you know.
Yeah. And well, something that I
And it
really
feels all sort of the bubbling under genres, things like, you know, even indie rock, to things like placements that get you on Ariana Grande kind
I was
of,
gonna
those
say,
type of
like,
samples.
something that I really appreciate about this approach is a good reminder that like you can make really good music without having to be a sound designer. Well, sort of. I've got a video coming out about this,
Yeah, of course.
but like it's a double-edged sword, because if you mix, then you are doing sound design, in my opinion. But as far as putting ideas together, like all you have to do is essentially put loops together in the same way that you would in GarageBand or your little phone app or whatever, and make something that is easy to listen to or that is interesting.
Yeah.
You don't have to
You
do
don't
what
have to fucking
do what we do.
you don't have to like skin the goddamn goats and like make your own tongue drum from a tree with that whole meme, because that is just like, I mean, there are people who make samples and people who are producers, or
Yeah.
just straight up who are producers who make music and then either mix it or get an engineer to make it. And especially sort of in that realm, artists, when the artist comes into studio, you need to leave there with something there, a lot of money, that studio time. And I mean, the like, we see all this, you see pop artists and you think, oh, they're celebrity life, or like this is rubbish, whatever teams are there are all fucking professional,
Right.
and they need to get the shit done. Like, I mean, one or two cases of celebrity bullshit, but I mean, majority of these people are like, fun loving people, but they professional, serious about their craft.
Right.
There's a lot of money that is invested in a lot of these things. So, they don't have time for people to fuck around and, telling the artist, you need to, you're not getting this vibe or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They also trying to sell records as contribute towards whatever culture that is derived from it.
Right.
And especially with what is considered more black music, especially like, I mean, R&B and all that kind of, like R&B, soul trap stuff. Like, I mean, R&B is not easy, right? It does require an understanding of like some basic jazz chords, and I mean, it's a style of its own. All of these have their own merits and their own, dismerit. Like, everything has bad and good music. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Absolutely.
So I just found, like, because I started working February, this is a new perspective of music, and also community important kind of things are, because it's very I've always found it very isolating. Music always isolating, because I've always either existed by myself,
Mm-hmm.
then with people, and most of my life, most of my musical ideas were kind of shut down because I just did exactly what the fuck I wanted to, and people were like, it's kind of cool, but it's weird, dude.
Yeah, but
Well, each to their own, I guess.
yeah,
But I
exactly.
mean, I continued with it. I also stuck to my guns. But I mean, within that sphere, I learned about a lot of different production techniques that is very interesting. A lot of different ideas towards approaching things like sound design. So, I mean, if you're going to be a producer, what kind of production you want to do. And there's no shame in any of the production styles you want to do. If you really are into sound design and really want to cater to making your own kicks and your own snares,
Mm-hmm.
and designing all your sounds from scratch, and doing cool production techniques, then by all means do that. But that is not going to make you a great music. um I think good music is sincere music, if I must be honest.
Well, shit, dude, that's a loaded comment, because what is that and what defines that? And I will try to just give my quick summary about what I think that is, but it's really just like what it means to you, if that makes sense, what matters to you, because you
Yeah.
are the first, like you, the creator, are your first audience as well.
Yeah.
But in essence of that, as far as like what that means on a general and social and blah blah blah, you could have all of the dopest sounds and production, budget or whatever, but there's been, how many movies have there been that has like amazing visual effects and shit, but the movie sucks because it has like zero
Michael Bay.
direction. Michael Bay. Yeah.
I mean, I
That's funny.
statement and say good music is subjective. I mean, arts. If you're talking about making an art form, or the only thing you'll have to dim your, no, I wouldn't even say make your art valuable. Like, the idea of adding value to art, the value should be something priceless, something that is not what do you call the word, quantifiable.
Yeah.
Because it's such a subjective thing. So there's no such thing as bad and good music, I guess.
Right.
Not even, I guess. There's no such. There's your subjective perspective of what you enjoy and what you don't, and it's also the, yeah. It's also let your hedonistic pleasures thrive and enjoy all of it.
Well, it's kind of like what we establish in our boxes or our structure, right? And does this piece of thing that we're objectifying fit enough within that, or do something that helps us shift our entire structure in general? And I believe that that's just
Yeah.
our preferences or our perspective or our tastes or blah, blah, blah. But as we get better and as we get older, we tend to realize like the value within all musical aspects or all artistic art forms, you know?
Yeah.
It's like somebody that, you know, like maybe you have a spouse or something and they create this elaborate dish, but you don't really like the taste of it, but you're like, damn, I recognize what somebody went through, or I recognize like the amount of work that someone put into this. So I'm going to shamefully eat a cupcake under the cabinet, but while she's looking at me, I'm going to eat the food. No, I'm just kidding. Luckily, my partner cooks great, but you know what I'm saying, right? Just, honey, what's that over there? You know, toss it at the trash. No, I'm just kidding. But no, yeah, my partner cooks wonderfully.
Don't
thankfully,
ever do that. Even if the food is bad, you eat it because
yeah, you eat it.
it will be remembered. Like, yeah, if I ever cook you a bad dish, it's fine. I'll probably throw it away for you, or I'll eat it for you.
Exactly. That's how I feel
I'll
too.
never cook a bad dish. I'm a good cook.
My partner luckily loves most of the stuff that I make, but sometimes I ask her, like, second guessing, because like I don't test her, but more of just in a means of like, hey, if I make something that you don't like, I want to know about it, because I would never ask you to eat something that I wouldn't personally eat myself.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something you're just not vibing,
Sees dish and trash. Oh my God, who would do this? What has happened? Such tragedy. And put the back of your hand over your forehead as you look up. Sorry, I was just going off chat narrative.
No. I'm sorry for derailing it.
Oh, no
But
worries.
yeah, I think music is so subjective. But like, I guess it's also direction and where you are. I also think one of the best advice I can give any musician, most people will tell you the same thing, is if you want to become a producer or a musician full time, you need to become the jack of all trades. It's so imperative, because not only one avenue, a viable source of income, you need to do a bunch of other things. You can grow a YouTube page. It's very fucking possible. But it's a lot of patience, a lot of work, consistency and dedication. All of the things that you're gonna need to become, like, I guess, successful, or being able to live as a musician. I would call that successful.
Yeah.
Or a producer or an artist in music is, like I said, you have to do the various things. And it's not about how good you are, or, technicality is a big part of it, but it's very important to also consider that, you need to accommodate needs. So, like, I mean, the most difficult task, let's say you work for a studio and a pop producer or a song, you need to create samples for whatever the label. When you're given a brief, you are able to describe and do the brief, that kind of stuff. It's not that difficult, and like, learning everything in all the sound design is cool if you want to, like, work in movies, or if you want to make cool electronic music. But I guess, like, as a viable career, it will only take you so far in terms of its need in the market, especially if you like looking at music in the sense of a business. I don't like to, but it's kind of necessary if you are going to look at it.
Right. That was something that
I
was just going to say, that was something that I realized with, the YouTube channel thing, and that's why I still do YouTube. I initially came to it hoping that, it would bring people to my music, but what I found is that even though the music is the priority, the sustainability aspect of that would not go from me just putting out tunes. And in light of that, it also is like, there's a two-way street for this. On one end, like, don't just put your music on SoundCloud and hope that somebody's going to find you and pick you up. This fucking you and Zayn, you and I had talked about this, about like that networking aspect and like the go-getter aspect of that, of being proactive on that matter. But the other thing is that don't, like as you were saying, don't close yourself off to other opportunities that come along the way from the skill set that you cultivate from being a music producer, because that can help you sustain what it is that we're all about in the first place, which is music, right? That's why you're all here.
Music, yeah. And it's also the sense of community is very important, especially in something like creative field, especially in music, particularly of the arts.
Isolation, right? Like, be mindful of that, and like get yourself involved. And luckily we have the internet. Luckily I can just be like, hey, Zayn from South Africa, you want to come on the channel? Which is really fucking cool. But you got to find that for you, you know, like amazing. you have to find like your group of like people that are, I'd say like 3 different types of people. I would say, like, when it comes to like having a healthy community, find, and I don't mean this like in a bad way or in a hierarchy way, but find somebody that's better than you, find somebody that's on the same page as you, and find somebody that you can help guide, because that is how you get better. That's how you challenge each other, and that's how you help the community grow.
Yeah, I don't know if it always works out for me. And I guess in my experience, like, I mean, if I'm talking about when I was younger, I mean, I found people I generally are attracted or generally gravitate towards people that you adore, or not even adore, or admire, the certain trait or character you admire or resonate with. And I think, like, I found, like, one of my friends, Jared, is a graffiti artist, and I found him, well, I met him through another friend of mine, Sean. And Sean was like, I guess if you're saying the better than you, he was just like sort of the big macho sort of kind of cool dude. Yeah. You know, he was into like drum and bass as teenagers do. I mean, we were like adults, I guess. 21 or 20 or something. I don't know. We're still lighties in my eyes. And so he introduced Jared, and it's only later that I find, you know, I really was inspired by what Jared was doing as an artist, video artist, and his principles in working, which inspired me. And I used him as a good inspiration as in developing a work ethic, because I adored I really dig how he deals with being able to schedule his painting, and just organizing the things, and getting his life in order, and calls when he needed to, and how he executes art, how he's like, it's a thoughtful process, but he doesn't overthink shit. He'll execute it. He'll have this idea, he'll think about it, and then he'll won't overthink it.
Yeah.
And I found that very inspiring. And then, I mean, with meeting Lesego, he was still sort of a budding, learning producer, but he was learning quickly at an alarming rate. Like, I mean, this one week he was sending us this sort of Skrillex disaster, and the week afterwards, this fucking neuro, tune. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? How do you do this in a week? Started using plugin Alckemy.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I actually have a song of ours from like that period. It's a very old song. 7 minutes. I destroyed the entire song. It took me 2 years to make, because I've had like 5 Logic projects for it, because of all the strings and the layers and all the shit I was doing on it. That's also another thing, is I always overproduce music.
I mean,
But
it sounds like you'd
when
fit.
you're younger.
Yeah, it sounds like you'd fit well with hyperpop these days.
What, overproducing things?
Yeah, that's like one of these staples of hyperpop, as the research I'm doing tells me.
Whoa. I just really thought they just put a fucking saturate on the whole master and crank it to 1 million.
No, I had a conversation about this on Discord, that it was hyperpop is a mockery of overproduced like pop music. of trap. I guess today's pop music would be like trap or like,
Yeah.
electronic music or whatever. But that is that is one of the staples to it, is that like you overdo everything.
No shots. That's fucking insane. I mean, it's also the whole idea of hyperaccelerationism. Sort of accelerating culture into a sort of nauseating intensity.
Right.
Hence why like a lot of hyperpop got these very intense visuals, and commercialism almost caricaturized and exploded into like a stratosphere.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense about the music.
0 to 100. Hella fast.
0 to 100 in like, and no fucking stopping. We're just going straight.
Yeah, I have.
That's
It's kind of like
insane.
what you said, right? Like I have a deep appreciation for it, but it's not really something that I would prefer to make by any means. But now that I understand that, I'm like, oh, okay. Well, this actually seems like something good that came out of the modern trap era, because that's one thing that I don't have a lot of respect
Yeah.
for. But that's because I grew up. I grew up in LA. I grew up in the hood, and I was in LA when Flying Lotus first came out with all the
Whoa.
Adult Swim stuff, right? Like I was in the heart of that. Like everybody in my middle school was learning to like crump and get buck and stuff, and like I was a
Yeah.
big part of that scene. And so that probably explains why I like halftime music so much. But yeah, like that, you know what I mean? So like being from that and then seeing like what people are doing now with hip hop and stuff, it kind of, it's a little bit like I still have respect for it because I understand that like the culture has changed and stuff, but I don't have a lot of respect for
Yeah.
when, these like young kids from the suburbs are talking about like doing drugs and gangbanging and stuff when like they've had everything given to them.
Yeah. I mean, it's usually the what do they call that? The white suburban syndrome.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? Like, little kid, like, you have no idea what it's like to be evicted from your home, So shut the hell
Yeah,
up in your
like,
big ass mansion and go drive your fucking Bugatti somewhere else.
A Bugatti. Fucking. Yeah, the internet's also become a very dangerous, poisonous place. But I mean, it's a thing of a syndrome. I'm trying to find all the old stuff of the what was going to be on Macabre, but it wasn't Macabre then. It was, I didn't even have a name. I was just like all these cool dance music tunes.
Yeah,
Weird
you've got a
floating
lot of
around.
music around that's like not even on your channel, like floating around. Like, I found that one song that I sent you. I don't remember what it's called offhand, but that was one of the coolest things that I
What
heard.
song was that?
Oh, it was a collaboration that you did with somebody. And I was asking you where I could buy it. Let me see if it's probably on our conversation somewhere. I'm not gonna scroll through our whole conversation.
Is
on
it the
screen.
Hawkwood stuff?
The awkward stuff? No, I think it was right before that. I was like, hey, I found this tune. Where can I buy it? And then you said that it's probably on someone else's hard drive or something somewhere deep down, buried in the depths below of hell.
I've got a lot of those. I have one of my.
I've got a lot of those. That's my point exactly.
Yeah, I've got everything pre 2010. Where did you post this?
I'm scrolling up right now, so give me a second. I'll find it. Sent that to you. I'm getting there. 1 sec. Not Kaylin Ellis. It's with Rodon, Ophidian.
Oh, Fidian, is that not available?
Well, it's not available to buy anywhere that I know of, but
I'm just gonna hit up Jaren, that motherfucker.
yeah, like I don't know, maybe like re-put it out or something. I'll buy it. It's great.
I mean, I have to speak to him. Yeah, we should do that. Speaking about doing another collab, ever since we finished this one, because it was a cool tune to make. It took us a fucking while because I mean, I back and forth, and he was like he really wanted to, but Hassan just wasn't really time. But I mean, all well that ends well. He was a little bummed But I was like, dude, labels are cool and all, but like as long as the community, because a label is just, you know, I don't think you know, not to say they don't care about. It's not like thing. Oh, we're upscale and you know you can't be cool with us and kind of shit. Like it's, dude, like they have a big community that just people can go in and you know hang out.
Right.
I
Just
used to hang out now and again, and then I felt really old and disappointed in myself, so I left every group. This was many years ago. I'm trying to find a tune. What the fuck did I do with it?
well, that's something that I figured out too, right? Because I think that like the perception of labels and stuff has changed a lot, right? Because to me, like I would see that as a gateway to get access to artists like you or like to people that I look up to.
Yeah.
But now it's like I could just hit you up on DM and be like, "Hey, dog, what's up, man? Like, can I take a moment of your time or something? And what's the worst that's gonna happen? No." But that's how I found.
Sorry, I'm busy. Like,
Yeah, that's how I found Copycat. Like I just sent him a message on Facebook, and I was like, "Hey, bro."
Andre is the sweetest guy ever.
I know he's great. He's very difficult to get a hold of, but I was like, "Hey, Andre, like I really like your music. Do you offer lessons?" And he was like, "Yeah, dude." And then I was like, "Dope. Here is all the money that I can afford." And then I did the same thing with Cage. Cage, I had to message him twice. I was like, I sent him a message on SoundCloud, and then he didn't respond. And then I sent him another message after I saw that he put some stuff out finally. And I was like, "Hey, man, like I'm sorry for trying again, but hi."
Do you offer lessons, bro?
Yeah, and he started doing that. I had a very brief couple of conversations with Chi. It wasn't anything, you know, that I was like, oh, you know, he didn't like sit down and teach me anything, but we had some really cool, just kind of back and forth before I had to go. I was actually going to catch a plane, but I did the same thing. I reached out to him like probably way too many times, which I feel bad now because he probably thinks I'm creepy, but you know, sometimes it takes.
Nah, he just gets busy and then he'll.
But you get what I'm
He'll hit
saying,
you
right?
up.
Like you have to be persistent. I've been fortunate enough to
Yeah.
talk to Hudson, been fortunate enough to talk to Nolan in the same way. But for anybody that's out there trying to learn, like just go talk to those people. Like they want
Yeah.
community in the same way that we do.
But what's weird is like all the people you mention, they are like synonymous with being difficult to get hold of. As Nolan. You don't know.
Really?
I know that he's.
Well,
I mean, he makes music, but he's not like on Facebook, and then maybe he's on Discord now and again. But
yeah, you
I
are right
saw-
about that.
yeah.
It is hard to get
I'll
a hold
probably
of
just
him.
hit him up on Facebook because I'm a boomer, and then he, bruh, like no one uses this.
Well,
And
okay,
I'm
so
like, come on, Grandpa's hitting you up.
yeah, well, the thing about that too, though, is like I guess from me coming at it, like Frequent has a website that you can actually book a lesson on, you know, so like you can directly,
Oh,
you don't even
shit.
have to talk to him, but from a personal level, like yeah, he's not really on social a lot, and I can see that being a difficult
Yeah.
thing, but that's kind of like a different scenario, right?
Yeah. With Cage, he's just a very reserved person. I think Lesejo is probably very busy. But Cage is also synonymous with like popping up and then disappearing.
Like, honestly, like
Um,
I'm just grateful that
I
like
shit on him a lot.
yeah, I'm just grateful that he, you know, decided to even be involved with myself and with the channel, and same thing as you know, you've probably been the easiest to get a hold of out of anybody, but it doesn't mean that I appreciate it any less. And anytime you want to come on the channel, you know, you're more than welcome to. And I say that with a lot of, you know, other people as well, but I do run this channel and this is how I, you know, run my business or whatever. But more importantly is there's a lot of good people out there that I would love to say, hey, community, I want you to know these people. And that's why I say, like, you know, anytime you feel inspired, or anytime you want to come in and shoot the shit or do some production, like just come hang out. I do it
Dude,
with,
it's quite an honor. Thanks, man.
yeah,
um,
and it's not just
I'm actually gonna
exclusive.
send you some of the one or two tracks from the Macabre album. Not the Macabre album, from the the tunes that I was gonna make an album from.
Do
For
you,
what-
would you be comfortable with me playing it on stream, or do you
Yeah,
want me to?
please go. It would be love for.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm-
it's very interesting.
I'm sure that everybody
it's
would
also
probably like some
like-
music.
It's nice to stroke my ego, even if it's shit. But
I mean,
was
you get what I'm
yeah,
saying,
music's
though.
on the internet.
And then I
Yeah,
guess
man.
I did want to say too, though, that if anybody else is like kind of new to the channel or whatever, like if you want to be on here with me as well, on Thursday nights, like You don't have to be an amazing producer or anything. A bunch of people come in and just like come and hang out. So my Discord is open on Thursdays. Come in. We might do like a small like community activity or something, but that's kind of what I'm about, and I've been having a lot more fun doing stuff like this than doing sound design tutorials. I'm easy to get a hold of, but it's often long-term plans that don't happen because contact is just slow from both sides because both sides are always busy with something. Well, I mean, Artifacts, come on the channel sometime too. Like, I do expect, if you want to be, like, I expect you to be on here. I don't know if you've heard of Artifacts,
To be on here.
Zayn.
Yeah,
but
fuck, dude, I've got his presets. I've watched his
yeah,
tutorials.
right? Like, he's been
I
around.
wanted to fight him at a certain stage because of certain things he was doing with Serum, and then I was like, I hate Serum. Serum's for losers. But yeah, then I went back to his tutorials because I needed to know how to
Right?
Serum. So it helped a lot. So yeah, I know Artifacts. Thanks, dog.
Yeah, thank you from me as
You
well.
saved my ass a lot.
Around 7 p.m. PST. So I don't know what time that is for you, Guitar or Carl. I think, yeah, you're on the opposite side of the world too. So it is that. Unfortunately, like, I can't be live 100%, you know, all day every day, even though I'd like to be. But yeah, like I said, anybody can come in and just hang out if you want to. But yeah, let me play these tunes, and while we do that, I'm gonna play this in the background. I'm gonna use the restroom and get some coffee.
Yeah, I think I should make coffee.
Deixa as prioridades, deixa as prioridades, deixa as preocupações, deixa as prioridades, deixa as prioridades, deixa as prioridades, deixa as preocupações, deixa as prioridades, deixa as prioridades.
Man, yeah, I think that like, thank you for sending that for one. I always enjoy when people send me stuff. I think that one thing that is so cool about hearing your music is, for one, like the diversity that you have, but also again, like it's not just a 4-chord progression, especially with the first one that you sent. There was this really cool, oh my God, what is the word for it? What is the word when two things that are opposite go together and they're not supposed to, but they end up doing it really well?
Oxymoron or paradoxical?
No, it's not. It's not oxymoron or paradoxical. It's fuck. What is the word? It's actually a musical term. I just can't think of what it's called.
Antithesis?
No, it's not
Feeling-
antithesis. It's a really cool word. Let me try to find it. But
Deceptive cadence.
that sounds really cool too. What is the word when two opposite ideas work well together? No. Sorry, I'm looking it up. It's a really fucking cool word, but it's when like harmonic dissonance. Nope. Yin yang effect. No, it's not that. It's fuck. I gotta think about it. But it's a really cool word. But anyways, it's when like in music. It's when two opposite ideas. Juxtaposition. Thank you, Yoku.
Juxtaposition.
Yes. The juxtaposition in the first.
My brain froze.
I know, me too. Thanks, Yoku. My parents, what? Yeah, the juxtaposition in the first one is really cool. If you get a chance, listen to the Tunic album, because that tune in there actually reminded me of a lot of really cool stuff. But I think that you would love.
Tunic.
Yeah, it's a video game.
Just link it to me.
Yeah, I could do that. And anybody else, I would say like go listen to the Tunic album, because like there's just some really cool like stuff that happens in there to where it seems like sad, but it actually ends up becoming happy, or vice versa. It's amazing.
That's pretty sick, yeah. I like those ideas. Because my whole idea was like trying to bring sort of intelligent, which I think is a very stupid term for music, intelligent dance music, essentially, what I was trying to make.
Oh, you mean like
Thought-provoking dance music.
nobody makes
Let's see to another one
IDM?
there.
That's not a thing.
I don't believe in the term, dude. I think.
I'm joking. But
Yeah, because music, I wouldn't call it intelligence, because then it has like a sort of standard of what is intelligent, what isn't. Dumb. Intelligence implies there's stupid music. I mean, there
exactly.
is. We call it jump up, but I mean, let's not go there.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Jump up is actually very fucking. It's like it's dumb, and it goes in. I fucking love jump. But it is dumb. Let's be honest, dude. It's a foghorn over some drums.
Well, you know, that's one thing that attracted me to halftime in general, and I almost feel like halftime is an unfair, like I'm sticking to that because that's how it was introduced to me, but like halftime has become something very different since halftime drum and bass, right? And especially with what you guys are doing with your something that like I hope to continue talking with you, but about like wonky beats and like the groove, right? About like bringing back some of that really cool natural swing of hip hop, but also applying the sound design to it has been like, this is the funnest fucking music I've ever made.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun because it like really throws away the principle. Because I mean, it's not really about like how cool your sound design is, groove, man. It's really about a feeling, about a vibe.
Yeah.
That's what I really missed about, I guess, making hip hop music stuff. Is one thing I'll say, electronic music. You know, it has opened my mind to a lot of manipulate sound. Sometimes took away the feeling of making music, that like not calculating but feeling the vibe,
Yeah. And
and that's a very big thing about like feel about music, is it's really about a vibe. And I especially learned this especially with like the trap music community, and like that sort of production side. Like those dudes are not like extremely good at music theory. Some of them are good at music theory, but they're not great like sound designers or engineers.
right.
But damn, have they got fucking groove, man. Like they feel that shit, and you can see like no matter how simple it is, they actually feel what they're doing. They're vibing. It's they're in it. They're invested in what they're doing, and
W-
I think that's important to feel, is because so I've got into music with hesitation, not really doing, and you find that like music then becomes this a very what do you call it? What do you call it? It's a egregious task.
Yeah.
Egregious task.
No, I agree. And like, it's actually really crazy because like with people that make good trap beats, it's usually insanely fucking simple. It's usually your kick, your snare, and like your kick snare clap combo, because those kind of go hand in hand together, right? You've
Yeah,
got a hi-hat, maybe an open hi-hat, and then you've got a melody, and then you've got 808s. And it's like,
and it's about the groove. It's about taking the most simplest elements and turning it into like
yeah, and
I
that's
think that's the most important thing. That's why I think Aiden emphasizes part of making beats. Making beats is also being able to strip down to bare minimum. Like think about like I like to thought challenges. Think of yourself on an island with just a laptop with infinite power, but you only have 4 fucking channels on there.
yeah.
You've
For
got a recorder, you've got a tape recorder, or not a tape recording computer. Um, you got to make do with what's there. And I think also another way, so yeah, that's where you'll get creative
right.
and use what you got, limiting yourself to expand your creative is also like try to take the most basic thing. I used to do this with like trying to do with like my friends' bands and stuff to teach myself how to mix music. And I would ask them for their separates for their bands. So I would, produce it the way I thought it would work, and you learn a lot. Shit mixes, but I mean, I learned a lot. But
Can can I ask you kind of like a philosophical question? And like there's no right or wrong answer, and of
yeah.
course like it depends, but like I would say, how many elements, um and it, obviously like we could argue all of these of like 1 2 7 whatever, but how many elements do you think it takes in order to get that kind of groove like you and I are discussing in the context of like wonky beats?
Two elements you can get an entire song from, an entire groove. So the kick and snare groove is one thing, and then percussive underneath can be anything.
Now when you say percussion,
It's one thing talking to the other, and I mean you can even have your percussion start making sound bases. I mean you can you can make a piano be a percussive instrument as well.
right?
It's also about playing to the groove. Just give me a hot second. I wanna quickly go have a cigarette.
Okay, yeah, we'll
Um,
play
yeah,
I'll play that thing that
I
you
would
just sent.
say. Oh, okay, cool. I would say when I do get back keen, I would love to. I'm sure people would love to see you do more sort of sound design and stuff. I
Yeah.
mean, if anyone's got questions or any ideas of what they would like to see and hear and stream, we'll
Well,
fucking get to it.
I would say for the most part they've probably seen me do what I'm going to show you to death. So there's that. But if anybody has any questions for Physicist or Zayn, however you like to be addressed, and depending on the day, please ask those questions. It's really is a big honor to have you on here, and I don't take this for granted. So I'm like, yo, fucking Zayn is on here. Like, ask questions. That's how I am, anyways.
Sick, yeah. I would like people to ask me questions. It makes me feel important. I'll see if I can answer them honestly. Sometimes I have to double check my
You
I'm
gotta
not talking out my fucking ass, you know.
dude, I
do that quite often.
I do too. Imagine running a YouTube channel where you talk a lot. Yeah, you say some dumb shit. I'm sorry, everybody.
Dude, yes.
But
I'm scared of that because I can also hear in certain people's anxiety, like in voice, say stuff, you know.
You have to
as much as they think it's a convict. Sometimes it's not even about thinking or convicted thoughts. But like, you know, it's kind of common knowledge, and at the same time, you kind of had to repeat enough to be like, yeah, that's true, and then you kind of think about it, and then you'll say it out, or think that it's not true, or I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
You'll say something wrong, but that you thought was an objective truth kind of thing. I don't know, something weird like that.
Absolutely, and like your opinion can change too, right? Artifacts was just saying, and he's been around since longer than both of us on the online platform. He's like, yeah, I said some stuff or given some tips over the years I know cringe at, and it's like, it is normal, but
yeah, I saw some of those cringe moments, bro. I think you did one on how to do bass. I was such a lot. I was like, boy, if you know, it was like yeah, he's probably using serum or not you, but like a lot of people. Oh, he's using serum or this, and then he was like both sitting there like, bruh, you use operator. What else do you use? Oh, eraser, yeah, like once or twice, but operator, yeah. It was back in the day. Now he's like kind of on Bitwig, I think.
I'm trying to get everybody on Bitwig.
Cringe buddies.
Actually, no, I think Artifacts is still in Ableton. But hey, while Zayn steps away, I have a question for the rest of you that you might be able to. I have a question for the rest of you that you might be able to resonate with us with. I don't want to bring anything completely personal in, but we've experienced this issue on Live 11 where everything that Zayn was bouncing was going into clicking at the end of the waveform. And I'm wondering if anybody has had that problem with the current live version of Live 11. So yeah, if you guys are working in that, I would love to know. I'm sure he would love to know, because that just kind of was unfortunate to even watch that unfold in front of my own eyes. But the other thing that I was going to say is that if you have any production related questions, to me, of course, you can always ask me. Not here, just a single click. Yeah, it's kind of like at the end of the sample, no matter what, it clicks, and then he was also getting some kind of buzzing. And we threw everything in, including like everything in the kitchen sink at solving this problem, but I think that we think it's a bug from Ableton's current version. So there's that. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, and you don't experience it, then no big deal. But that was just something that I figured that I was like, oh hey, there's a bunch of producers here, might as well ask and see if anybody's had that problem. So yeah, but because Zayn is here, please ask questions and stuff and all that stuff. I am going to finish doing this bass that I started at the beginning of the stream, but if you have any questions about what I'm getting ready to do, I wanted to bring Zayn on the channel so that way him and I can have a dynamic conversation about what it is that what it is going into these basses and stuff, and particularly the generative things. It might be hardware operating system specific. He's on a Mac, so maybe, I don't know. But it was definitely like a weird phenomenon, and I didn't have that problem on Live 10 because I don't have Live 11 because I'm a basic bitch. Alk, what's the frequency range on your new monitors? 38 to 20K, I think. Can be audio interface related. I had problems with mine in FL. Well, I think that we tried that. We also tried changing the cable and stuff. I ended up needing a sub. Well, I'm in an apartment, so I don't think that my neighbors are very old and elderly. What monitors did I get? I got Focal Alpha Twins, and they're fucking sick. I can hear really cool bass, and they're very big, and I feel like I am a big boy producer now. Hold on one second. I'm a big boy. It's gonna take me a while to pay him off, but like I said, pretty much everything that I make, everything, like every dollar that I make either goes into me supporting myself as far as like eating and like paying rent, or it goes back into the channel, because this is like what I'd rather be doing anyways. So yeah, these are actually incredibly reasonably priced. I was actually thinking about saving up for these, but I ended up not doing that because they don't have very good lows, and their low mids are also shitty. So those things probably slam if you want them to. Well, I've got a very cheap interface driving them, so I don't know, and I don't know how much of an interface comes into play with that. But yeah, I still have JBL05 or JB305s, and we're finishing up our giveaway for the Zayn Wolfe. But after that, I'll probably do like a smaller, easier giveaway for some speakers, for some JBLs. So if anybody wants to win a pair, then we'll do that. They will just be the JBLs, because I'm not sending you my only pair of 1/4 inch cable cords. See ya, Das. Thanks for coming in, dude. No, I know, but I'm saying, like, because I'm upgrading, like, I'm not gonna try to like sell them. I would be like, oh, we'll just do a giveaway or something, you know. And maybe I think like I made a mistake. I feel like I made an error, because I was trying to do like just a thing where I could grow more subs, like more memberships and all that, but it kind of shot me in the foot, because if it works out and a bunch of people join, then that's great, because then you can just do the giveaway. But if it doesn't work out and you've got people that are joining and leaving over time and stuff, and they're like, oh, I wanted to do it for the giveaway or whatever, then I'm like wanting to make sure that I'm being fair to the people that contributed for that specific purpose. So I'm going to have to go back and be like, all right, everybody that's been a member in the past 6 months, I'd say, for the Ether members or above, like, you're automatically entered. And, you know, and like I said, you know, it just wasn't very well organized, and that's my fault, and I own that. But that doesn't mean that somebody's not going to win a Zayn Wolfe. So there's that. So I don't know. I'll do something much easier. Like, maybe I'll do something to where I'll put out a few sounds or something, and then be like, oh, whoever makes the coolest thing, and then I'll just be objective with it and be like, oh, this is dope or something. I don't know. It's hard being fair, you guys. It's very difficult being fair, but I have every intent on it, and I don't like anybody feeling left out. They do. They have like a 10-hour break-in period, I think. So I need to do that. But like, I don't care. Like, it'll come. You know, I'm not super worried about it. I think, but yeah, I think like 10 hours. Monitors are pretty good for mixing. Well, I use monitors because I hate headphones. I cannot stand headphones. He's back.
You're gonna to start investing in some headphones.
No, I have HD 600s and I cannot stand them.
I use a headphone quite a bit, but like, it does give you ear fatigue, and that's so I feel I'd feel very foolish and get very angry.
Yeah.
I'm told I can't use my monitors. Spent a lot of money to do it, and the reason is for proper referencing.
Right.
I mean, I find my monitors. The day I got monitors, my first pair were KOK Rocket 8, and the day I got them, my music began to exponentially change because of them. So they do help.
The reason why I don't use
turn on your monitors.
Yeah, the reason why I don't use headphones anymore is because I have tinnitus, and like, it bothers the fuck out of me when I wear headphones.
Fucking makes it worse. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have that as well?
Yeah. It's the older you get, the more stuff coming.
I'm sorry, man. That shit sucks.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, ear protection's a very big. I struggle now if I spend longer than 10 minutes.
Really? That sucks,
listening
man.
to music, because I mean, I've never really used ear protection, but I've been safe enough to, you know, not like damage my ears severely.
Yeah, and that's important to say too, is like, tinnitus doesn't just come from ear damage, even though that's the most common thing, and it also is like, oh, you're a music producer, but you don't have ear damage, but you have tinnitus. It's like, I'm sure any doctor would be like, but even still, I've been pretty careful. I've had a couple of accidents, but I don't think that it's been like anything that's been like that. But I've had like shit happen to me where like I'm changing the audio interface or something, and then I hear like an insanely loud thing. I was telling someone about that yesterday because someone was asking about SonarWorks, and I was like, don't fucking do it. Because if something goes wrong with SonarWorks, you get the loudest like ringing, and it's usually playing at full volume in your headphones. Yeah, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I cannot recommend that.
Yeah, that's a bad idea. Like anything that sort of really fucks with your ear vibrations is not a very, very.
Yeah,
So
and-
like now, I think. Oh, sorry. Just the point I wanted to make is the older you get, the worse your hearing becomes. It's just, the general consensus of, well, not the general consensus, but generally what happens. Like you're hearing, your brain will actually start compensating though. And your brain starts to create that information. You know what it sounds like, but you'll never hear it, but you'll be able to sort of create
right.
something that will fill that space, you know? You
Right.
kind of pseudo hear it. But I think that comes from training and stuff.
Well, and you can
Looking after
train. Yeah, you can also train your brain against tinnitus too, right? To like tune it out or to mild it out and make it or to mitigate it, right? But
I
yeah.
mean, there's no ways to mitigate it because what happens the hair follicles in your ear, that the particular frequencies that those hair follicles vibrate at, those hair follicles die. And when you hear tinnitus, that particular frequency you're hearing is a frequency you'll probably never hear again.
Right. It's a dying frequency.
Obviously, after age of 30, your ear does repair itself, but like there is irreversible ear damage. But like your body does amazing things. We don't credit for that, but you got to look after it, especially with hearing. It's headphones
Yeah.
a lot of produce. Keeping closed ear things it's not natural for your ears in general. The in ears are the worst for your ears as well because they bruise the inner line.
Well, there you go.
Very interesting things I learned from one of my friends. He studied at ASC and he was so pedant because he was in bands and stuff and learning how to produce some Pro Tools. If I can find the song that we can do, this is like in 2008. I just finished high school and I was making like rap music. My friend and I were making fidget house music. I'd been making house music throughout high school because like we were very heavy house people of color generally, but like I mean sort of got I was friends with a lot of white people my later teen years after 16 because I stayed in Pretoria. We have a denomination which are usually racist and stuff, but like my town was full of them, and with my experience there was the exact opposite. I was anticipating or even but the one thing is I did find a lot of friends. I think it also kind of helped being because we have a racial in other parts of the world called being colored,
Yeah.
which is a mixed race. So that is an actual racial definition here, a legal one. And I am considered mixed race. So I guess that kind of helped me navigate through a century basis. But even though that slightly helped, like I think hip hop taught me one very valuable. Don't try to differentiate yourself from your black. Me being anyway a person mixed
Right.
heritage,
Like
or whatever.
embrace your heritage, embrace your ethnicity, and
Just embrace your black.
yeah. Well, I mean,
At the time we were taught, obviously, you internalize race. But okay, beyond that, anyway, I made Sorry, I got
No, no worries,
that,
dude.
but
You
yeah,
are you are
it's
cutting out
in South
again, though.
African Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so in South African context, these things are very because you get these microcosms and understandings of different genres of music. So you know what was considered like white bands, you know, not hip hop, just not hip hop, you know, and with our generation, kids who of all backgrounds from like Italians or whatever, white Italians or people from Angola, people from Mozambique, dad's from Mozambique. Hey, what's up? And you know, lots of foreign nationals and international students as well that like cross paths with, and like especially in Johannesburg, there was a lot of sort of that diversity.
Mm-hmm.
But in Pretoria, when I was 15, I moved to Pretoria, which is like 45 minutes away from Johannesburg. And I lived there until I was about 25, 6, and then I moved here to Cape Town. Yeah, so I was with friends, with guys who were in bands. A lot in my part of Pretoria anyway played in a band. It wasn't uncommon for someone to have a fucking. So you know, I made friends with the dudes in my neighborhood who all did music, and they were all like stoners. Some of them were dickheads, some of them were cool, but we all had the common goal of wanting people, you know. Since we were like a minority in the school, some of the English-speaking students, like I mean, they weren't mean to us or whatever. They're mean to like white English students, but like they would be very, very cautious around people of color.
Yeah.
They thought we were cool, which was nice. My school experience, my high schooling experience there was, you know, met with some racism, but our principal, I think, was very progressive for being an Afrikaans. So I'll give it to him for that. It was quite, yeah, he was very accepting of a lot of things. My very PC principal in Joburg, before I moved, he fucking wanted none of that. It was the traditional school thing, short hair for boys,
Right.
socks, blazers, bullshit like that, you know. And
Yeah.
the Khan's High School, which you'd presume would be more conservative, they were like, yeah, you guys can corner your hair, it's your thing, you know. It's part of, if it's part of your culture, and like I mean, it's part of a representation of who you are, fine, you know.
Yeah. Makes
But
sense.
if some white girl came with like a completely pink and blue hair, they'd be like, hey my girl, no,
Yeah.
it's not popping, dog.
Hell no.
You gotta change that.
Evil.
I thought it was a little unfair, like I mean, still a form of expression, but I ain't gonna say anything. In
Right.
high school, I don't care.
Well, in the States, it hasn't been until just recent that what's it called? It hasn't been until just recent that people have started to become very accepting and whatnot of like just I think just self-expression in general would be the best way to say that,
Yeah.
because like uh, uh resembling or representing a culture is one thing, especially if it's derived from heritage, and that's always been kind of there, which we've had our problems, of course, as you would know. But one thing is like where I'm from, even in LA, like people would be like, yo, like if you have tattoos on your arms, you know, or if you have, you know, different wild colored hair, or you got a crazy haircut, or you got, you know, piercings on your face or whatever, like you got to take that off. And now it's not like that nearly as bad. Like it still exists a lot within some corporate world, but it's not nearly as bad. And what's it called? And especially where I live too. I live in Las Vegas, so like everybody is just fucking weird, and I love it.
Yeah. We have a joke here is that like sounding and different and cool if you don't have a tattoo, because everyone has a fucking tattoo.
Right.
Like I mean, even lawyers and even things, but obviously they'll keep it out of sight. Lawyers, financial advisors, like tattoos are very it's almost there's a part of it that's also kind of competitive and like gross, which is like commodification,
Right.
and generally most of it is sort of seen as like kind of like I got a piece by this artist, like yo, check this out. I'm
Yeah,
essentially
exactly.
a branding board for sort of, which is cool, you know, fucking praises to the artist. But at the same time, you know, when it comes to tattoo culture and stuff, I don't think people care as much. I know I'm not too big on that, but I like the idea of the expression,
Yeah.
and I like having cool pieces done by my friends.
Yeah. I actually that's all of my tattoos as well. So I grew up in LA, and I primarily was like, me and my brother actually were the only white kids in both. We lived in a predominantly Hispanic neighborhood, and then we also lived in a predominantly black
What
neighborhood.
neighborhood did you stay in?
I stayed in Sherman Oaks when I was really little, but then as I got a little bit older, I got into like certain neighborhoods in North Hollywood. But
Yeah.
we were outside all the time, and we were at people's houses all the time. But yeah, when I was 13, I was playing basketball because that was like my first thing that I got into outside of video games, I guess. And I remember one of these kids came up.
You'd love my housemate.
Really?
Fucking loves basketball. Yeah.
I came up to yeah, but I went to a park, like a public park, and I was with my friend, and while I was like shooting around and playing some balls and stuff, like playing with some balls and stuff. I'm just kidding, but when I was shooting around, this kid comes up to me and he gets in my face, and suddenly I'm surrounded by a bunch of other kids, and he's like, I fucking hate white crackers. And I look over to my friend, and he was actually, well, he was black, and he was like, he kind of just gave me that like shrug look, and when I turned around, he punched me out in the face and like laid me out there, and then all the other kids were like kicking me and stuff. And so the point of that story is to like,
How old were you?
I was 13.
Holy fuck, that's hectic.
But
Sorry, man.
no, it's fine. But like the reason why I tell that story is because even though I'll never know what it's like to be like a minority, like to that degree, especially when it's institutional, which is a totally different thing. I think that I've had like a dose of prejudice, I think would be a better way to say that, because it's not the same thing as racism, and I don't think that reverse racism exists. Um, but having that understanding about what it's like to be judged, right, for just something that you didn't choose to be is kind of one of those things
Yeah.
that was what I took away from it, you know. I've seen some shit in my life. I'm sure everybody has, especially how could you not if
Yeah.
we've lived to be 30 years old, but that definitely influenced like the Marshall path and stuff that I took on eventually later down the road. But you know, in just kind of understanding that, it's like I think that it wasn't like what that person said to me. It wasn't even that that's really what he meant or what he felt. That was probably just, you know what I mean, like what he was conditioned to, like.
It's the result of the conditions he's been faced,
Exactly.
and that resistance, or I wouldn't even call it resistance. What's it? The not what's his outright revolt against
Right.
condition from his worldview and being enforced. Like I think it's a very terrible, but like I mean, as humans, we will take out patterns, you know, circles and cycles of abuse. Either you get entrapped in those cycles and still continuously perpetuated, and sometimes not even by causation or because of your environment.
Right.
And at some point, you're going to build certain resentment that is going to reflect upon all those that represent the same thing that has made you bitter. You know, like if you know, if it gets bitten by a dog countless times over their life, you know, they're gonna have some like dogs. Like it doesn't make it right, but it gives you a sense of understanding as to why it happened.
Yeah, and to be clear, like I know I'm telling everybody this as a story, not to be like woe was me or I was a victim of something.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah,
it's
of
also
course.
important to keep in mind that I was in LA in a bad neighborhood where fighting was common, where robbery was common. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen, like I said, man, like just being in LA from the day to day, like you fucking see some shit. And you kind of like, it's a reality that like nobody would ever choose to go to, but if you're in it and you can
Yeah.
get out of it, then, well, there's a lot of different things that you can take from that. But for me personally, I'm like, oh, well, that's not the kind of world that I want to build, but it's good to know how to survive in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it does help you build character to understand that the real world around you is a little chaotic,
Yeah.
to say the least. You know what I mean? You know, I wouldn't wish if I had kids that they would ever have to go through that sort of thing. But like, if it still exists in the world, I don't think I should be having kids. That's sort of my point. You know
Yo,
what I
that's
mean?
the same. I am the exact same, right? And we're at that age, like
Yeah.
that prime age of like doing that. And for my
Yeah.
partner and I, we're like, nah, man, like we don't want kids. And like, there's plenty of kids out there
Yeah.
already that could be adopted or something, but it doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't make
Bro.
any sense to be like, let's have a kid of our own because we want to have our own family or our own blood or whatever. That's just fucking stupid. I'm like, I got health problems. I don't want to give somebody that.
Speciation
Yeah.
or what's this? Species arrogance.
Yeah.
We have to
Species
spread our
arrogance.
seeds.
That's really cool. We should do a song about that sometime.
Yeah, you're sick. Put that down.
Yeah,
Pin
yeah.
that on the chat.
I'm writing it down. Species arrogance. That's really fucking funny. I think like the thing is like, and especially too, it doesn't make sense because, you know, with a bunch of people popping up and getting cancer and shit, and like that's really unfortunate. My grandmother
Yeah.
survived cancer, thankfully, and all that. But I'm like, if I have cancer in my family, like I don't want to fucking give that to somebody that didn't choose it. Much less, I don't want to make
Yeah.
them. You know, why would I want to bring somebody into this world that is going to suffer? For what? Like we don't.
Yeah, because I mean, we got put on a burning earth, and we inherited. My friend always says this: we inherited a burning earth. Like, okay, this is, please disclaimer. It's a COVID joke. When the pandemic started, like, you know what? Because you know, we only knew the information that it was like it really affected the elderly and
Right.
the immunocompromised very early stages. And then he was like, you know what? You know, they gave us a burning earth. We gave them COVID. And I was like, what?
That's terrible.
And he's like, I'm joking.
I know.
I'm
Fuck.
like, dude. But okay, yeah, like, fuck old people for giving us a burning earth. And like, I mean, I say that unashamedly, blaming the elderly, but I am blaming the elderly, blaming those before us for the burning earth that we've inherited. And also the whole myth that we are responsible for changing the climate. We did fucking nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing comparatively to what the corporations have done.
And we
However, we still need to do our part now because
Right.
now we're so fucked.
how dare
Sorry,
us
I
be
took this
broke
off on
and
that
like
tangent.
we should just be able to go to college and buy a house, right? Never mind inflation
Yeah.
or never mind the fact that like student loans is the number one causation of debt and bankruptcy, at least as far as America
Yeah.
is concerned. And it's just like, okay, yeah, you and I could bitch about this all day long, but really like that's
Yeah,
we'll have to come out at that at a different angle because everything you said is
Which
true.
It's called, I think it's the millennial syndrome the whole
Right.
thing every one of our age kind of experiencing, unless they have some old money. Yeah. And I mean, it's like we feel like fucking infantile because it's, you know, our parents at the same time, and we know not to use that margin, but that margin is still used against us. And even Gen Z are now taking pokes at us, and the worst parts of our culture, how we like define our entire personalities by Harry Potter books. Like,
Yeah. And you wonder why we are the way that we are, but
bro, you guys were putting Tide Pods in your asshole. Fuck off.
yeah.
Please.
And what is interesting though, you know, and I think that's something that is important, especially for our generation, is to like understand it and like, you know, feel the way that we feel about it, but not to be victimized by it, you know?
Yeah, we can't be victimized by it, but ultimately, like, if things are really going awry, doing your best, you probably are, and everything is actually quite fucked. It's not for you to
Yeah.
give up. Oh, we need to do a lot of changes, and it's like it's all good and well me saying all of these things, and I know we need to change stuff, but same language I guess everyone's experiencing is like, I can't do it, man.
Yeah.
And you kind of give up at a certain point, try to make best of what you have and what's due.
Right. But
Yeah, but I
that's
mean, small things make big changes, I guess.
yeah. My partner is actually a psychological therapist, and she does. There's so much stuff that she can't talk to me about because of something called HIPAA, right? Which is like the Privacy Protection
Yeah.
Act or whatever.
Yeah.
But what she does tell me in a very general sense is just kind of what she experiences, right? And about how she, tries even herself, and she's not even the one involved, but about a lot of the shit that she deals with, about how she has to, like separate herself from the stuff that comes out before her because sorry, that was a really vague thing to say, like the stuff that she experiences hearing about from other people, right? And not being personally
Yeah.
involved with that. But you know what I mean? It's just like,
Trying not to get personally attached because it hits very close to home.
yeah. And it's just like, fuck, like, oh man, I couldn't imagine being a therapist. Like I like giving advice when people want it, or like when it's a discussion
Yeah.
thing, but when it's somebody that's like you're trying to convince to get therapy to get better and stuff, it's like, oh shit, that's but in any case,
Yeah.
like I think that is very common, and like suicide rates are hella high just because
Yeah.
like our perception of where, like when you and I were a kid, at least this is how I feel, like my perception about where the world was going and about how I thought things were going to be and the way life was is very different than it is today. And like
yeah, mine was a very optimistic view, and
Yeah.
it's becoming the sci-fi. It's like becoming fucking Ghost in the Shell,
exactly, it's fucking polarizing.
and yeah, I mean, it's a very big wake-up call because I mean these dystopian futures are so far out surreal that these things becoming a reality is just making you question. I mean, not even really the fabric, but like the ridiculous nature of how things are going to perpetuate. I think it's also fantastic yet terrifying to
Right.
know that you can't really know what's next. I mean, there's in a sense, I think we should just watch Akira again and
Right.
have an idea
Yeah.
that the line is gonna implode on itself. That thing that they want to build in, I think it's Saudi or Dubai,
Is
the big
I don't
mirror
yeah.
line.
That's fucking crazy, yeah, I mean, could you imagine having a real life Tetsuo?
dude.
Like, just you wake up and then you see some major city or something, and I don't know, like Dubai
Yeah.
or some like crazy metropolitan area, and then you're just like, oh, what the fuck am I looking at? I could have sworn I've seen a
Yeah.
cartoon about this, like 5 years before my time. Because that was like 1985, right? I want to say in the 80s, Akira.
Yeah, 1985.
Ooh,
No,
damn.
I think it was 1986.
Oh,
No,
86.
it was 1985. That's when they wrote the manga, right? I think.
I
Or the
think
graphic
so.
novel.
I don't know, like,
And then the movie came after.
yeah. If you guys haven't
Like
seen Akira,
beyond just being such a great story, because the story and the narrative are actually quite lost in the movie. Apparently, like the books go, there's so many stories and intertwining storylines, Akira, that the movie can't. They would have to do like 10 different movies to encapsulate
right?
the graphic novels of Akira, apparently. But like, it's still a cinematographic
Yeah.
piece of art. I think
You
it's
know-
amazing.
You know what else is a really big fucking trip? And then like maybe we could end with this, and then not end, but like I'll get to doing some sound design and like answer any questions you
Okay.
have. But one thing that trips me the fuck out is that people are sampling music from when we were kids now, as if that's old shit.
Bro, it was like it's one of the insane things that started happening. I think about 2-3 years ago. No, even before that, I was like, "What the fuck?" The 90s are a long time ago, and this was like maybe 2016, 17. It's like, why do I keep on hearing this? Bam, what's it? "Better Off Alone" by someone. I don't know who used that song.
Do you think you're
Sample too.
that song? Do you think you're better
Yeah,
off
do
alone?
you think you're better
Yeah,
off
yeah.
alone?
Purity
Love
Ring
that tune.
actually did a cover of that song.
Oh, hectic. Those- check it. What else is there? A Return of the Mac. Oh, dude. So you know,
Yeah.
big labels like Spinning and like all these house labels that do releases of like very sort of generic. I guess you could put this on like the lo-fi of house music standard.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not like lo-fi, but like I mean, it plays that frequently. That EDM bro stuff.
Right.
And then so like they'll take like all R&B tunes and revamp them. So what these labels will buy the license to these tunes to rehash and sort of revive and use up some more money from it. And these fucking trash house remixes of them come out, and then oh god, and they start raking in money off regurgitating a dead horse.
Yeah.
Like Nirvana's "Smells Like Teen Spirit" was bought. It's how I can tell these licenses are bought and then reused.
Yeah.
They did
This
that
is how
with
we do
Return
it.
of the Mac.
Yeah.
This
Return of
is
the Mac.
how we do it.
Yep, that one. Some Tupac
Yeah,
stuff.
those are two still. Those are really old. Fucking "Glamorous" by Fergie. The glamorous fucking.
Yeah.
What's this? Jack Harlow used that.
Alice DJ. Yeah, that's a. Do you think
Alice
you're
DJ, yeah.
better off alone?
Bam bam. Oh, and I'm still waiting for someone to use a tattoo of them. All the things she said.
Mm-hmm.
No one's done it. There's only been like remixes, bootlegs, and smashes of those tunes.
Yeah, then we'll hear Eiffel 95.
I'm
I'm
gonna
blue.
get hold of this.
Right. Fucking what other shit? Actually, I've heard somebody.
Oh, I'm blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's this? Rohan did a remix. Cool, but I think it wasn't a commissioned one. I think he had done it, then hit up. If
Oh,
you could do that.
And then hit them up. What's it called? I feel like Jennifer Lopez. A lot of her like stuff. And then also
I
just
don't
like
think
a.
that stuff gets remixed so much. I think maybe just sample. Yeah, you were saying sample though. I think yeah. J-Lo, yeah, definitely. But mainly with the garage stuff.
You couldn't get around that in the early
J-Lo stuff.
2000s, Rotterdam. It's funny. J-Lo, yeah, I know, right? I just like
Oh,
I.
Darude Sandstorm.
Yeah, Sad Store. How could we
Damn.
forget?
No one's ever really sort of properly done a flip of tune. I have not heard anything that was
Well, I guess
the
a long time
greatest
ago.
That is the Darude Sandstorm.
Yeah, I guess like I was thinking Daft Punk, but actually when we were still kids, Kanye West sampled Daft Punk.
Yeah, that's. But I think at the time that record was already like 20 years old. No, 10 years old. 10 years old. Yeah.
Yeah, about 15.
2001 Discovery. With
Oh,
harder,
when-
better, faster, stronger. Yeah.
That was a 2001 tune? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's One More Time. I think it was off the album Discovery, because they were using like the whole album is like disco samples. Like, dude, they're cutting. I mean, corporate craps on Daft Punk.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I remember
And-
Interstellar 5555, but I didn't know that. I didn't know
Yeah,
that Discovery was
Interstellar.
2001.
That was based around the album Discovery.
Right. My friend
Dude,
Ritzy
that
and I.
album also helped me find a lot of soul and funk samples,
Mhm.
which is very invaluable to a hip hop
Right.
at the time,
Yeah.
Call on Me, yeah. And
Um,
Eric Price took the thing, took the rights to it, yeah.
So my mom actually.
I don't know. No, I don't think it wasn't with Eric Price in the Daft Punk scenario of "Call on Me." I think Thomas Ballinger, I think is his full name, from Daft Punk, and Eric Price had written the tune, but I think it, given to Eric Price from his label. Like, it was a label release thing where they were like, let's put his.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Around the World, and the music sounds better with you.
Around the world.
Yeah, that was
Oh
like
yeah, Stardust. Ooh,
yeah, that
that's
was like one of the
good,
very
yeah.
first like electronic tunes that I can remember. My mom used to be a go-go dancer in LA, and she was really into electronic music, so like a
Sick.
lot of that stuff, like DJ Special K, like dun 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 dun
Yeah,
dun dun
yeah.
dun, like that was some of the first things that I was introduced to when
Sick. That's
I
cool,
know,
dude.
right? It's
Yeah.
fucking crazy to think about that stuff.
Do you remember when Informer came out by Snow?
By
My
who?
dad thought he was the coolest dude ever. Informer by Snow. The guy
Informer?
from Connecticut who sounds Jamaican. I'm gonna send you the tune.
Yeah, link me.
They're
I'll check it out
also
for stream.
fucking. They and they dash. This is how I know songs have been destroyed,
That's crazy, man.
and they are now re-owned. Informer, yes, go play. Bob now. I don't know. That's
What?
how the tune goes.
What are you saying? Oh yeah.
Informer.
Holy shit. That's
And there was
crazy.
another one. Here comes the hot stepper, murderer. I'm the lyrical gangster, murderer.
Yo,
Excuse me, Mr. Officer. Yeah.
in
that
South
was,
Africa,
you know,
did they have those late night like, like hot jams things like CDs like Kids Bop and like, the hottest music from the 80s, and then like it's fucking 15 minutes of just like them trying to sell you these CDs?
I don't know about selling CDs. So they had like a whole channel television thing. On Fridays they'd have something called Jam Alley where people come and sing, and it's like karaoke, and then they play like musical sort of knowledge, music
Mhm.
trivia knowledge game show, and then they would have like a local come on and end the evening, and it was like a lead in the other music show, which where they interview like big musical guests, and they go through the career, and then they cover the
Yeah.
gonna happen tonight.
That's
And
fucking
then
crazy.
your elder brother and sister go out for the evening. Now they know what's gonna pop off. And then channel, the movie comes for the kids or whatever for the family.
Yeah.
And then it's channel O, I think. Or there was another thing. This was before ETV, because when it came on, which channel service, they had at 12 o'clock on Friday and Saturday they had porn. So Emmanuel on E tonight.
Saturate.
Fucking, yeah. Dude, that fucking and then that was after we were 12, like 12, 11, no, like 12, 13. But then there was channel O, which used to play all the stuff, and then on Saturdays they would play like the disco evening, and then they would like show videos from parties or whatever that local people played at.
That's
or
cool.
parties from overseas, and then the music videos as well. I remember the Call on Me Prize music video. I like learned a lot about from watching I guess it was SABC 1 at the time,
Mhm.
which is the South African National Broadcasting, and they had 3 channels which they gave you.
That's
And
fucking awesome.
on SABC 1 was like sort of the youth trendy channel. Also by language distinction, all of them were English, but the predominant language, let's say for instance on SABC 1 was Zulu and Xhosa. SABC 2, what was it? Sotho and something, and Tswana, I think. We have 11 official languages, by the way.
Oh my
And
gosh.
then SABC, no, it was Afrikaans and Sotho, I think, was predominant languages. And English, of course. And then SABC 3 was predominantly English.
Random
But,
question.
by the view, yeah.
But I'm just curious, like how many languages do you speak?
One proficiently. I can kind of understand Afrikaans, and no, I don't really understand any Zulu or any of the South African.
Well, even still,
like
you know,
fluently enough. I can
yeah,
sort of can make out here and there
even
from
still,
like
like
having friends or
I
speaking.
was like really shocked when I met. There's another guy in your area. He's actually a really cool dude. His name is Jengoza. But Jengoza, uh,
Yeah.
you
What does he make? What's his? Is that his name? Jengoza.
yeah, he makes like he just makes really cool stuff. I'll send it to you later. But he's a really cool guy and he streams on Twitch and stuff too. But
Oh, sick. Yeah.
yeah, but really really nice dude. But both like everybody that I've met from South Africa up to this point has had an English accent, and I'm just like, wait, what? Um, or like I guess like a British accent or something, right? But that always tripped me out
We
because
were
like
colonized by the Brits.
right.
By the way, brats.
But that's just me being ignorant and not knowing, you know what I mean? But even still, for somebody that's, doesn't know a whole lot about Africa in that way, which I should, but yeah, it was a very
Yeah.
big surprise.
I mean, you also notice a very similar accent. Australians in it, yeah. Which I mean,
It's
that's
pretty
like
good,
a
yeah.
combination of Australian and British. It's just like
So when I was a
fancy
kid,
shrimp on the barbie.
there's shrimp on the barbie. Yeah.
Well, you fucking cunt. Yeah, you mad cunt. Yeah.
Yeah, man. When I was a kid, my brother actually introduced me to hip hop and rap. The very first tape that he got when he was 4 was "Old Dirty Bastard," with "Hey Dirty, baby, I got your money." So
Yeah,
that pretty much,
Kelly's, oh, what a banger.
yeah. So that pretty much like set me off for being exposed to that. But what was interesting is like as him and I got older, I leaned more towards like the J Dilla and like Gangstar and stuff like that, and he was more like
Yeah.
Lil Wayne, 50 Cent, all that stuff. And so there was this like
More
polarizing.
the sort of, yeah, the more like a fear,
Yeah.
Atlanta kind of side of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. He was into
More
Ludacris and all that
Party
stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah, Ludacris was also tight. But I think I also leaned more your kind of in my late teens. Started
Yeah.
venturing towards like Dilla and Philo and
Yeah, and it's not to say that one is better than the other or anything, but I just always find that to be like really interesting about like how hip hop culture in itself really diversified, and like there was that really big movement back in the day about like hip hop is dead and whatnot. But it's weird because
Yeah.
I almost feel like I see that same like sentiment being brought up over and over and over again. Like one of the big indicators was when T.I. came out with this T.I. versus T.I.P. album, and he was like,
yeah, I remember that. That was like a, sort of the crossover from like being a hard rapper to a rapper.
yeah.
T.I. is such a though.
Which was really funny though, because like I want to say Cassidy started that whole thing of like the versus thing, because he did the Problem versus the
Yeah.
Hustler and had that really cool freestyle that where he was battling himself, and that came out when I think you and I were in like sixth grade or something. I don't know if you had sixth grade or if that's the same system.
Yeah. I presume it's like we were like 12.
Yeah,
12,
yeah. And I was
13.
like listening to that and I was like, wow, like that was some really, he had some really amazing punchlines in that. I was loads into Dilated Pupils or Tribe Called Quest.
Dilated Pupils, Tribe Called Quest as well. Yeah. Far Side. I
Yeah.
really get heavy into a Tribe Called Quest much later. I just access a lot of Tribe, but I got a lot of Far Side, especially off our radio. I used to tape a lot of the radio. We had this hip hop radio show called YFM, which was local to only Johannesburg at the time. It's like a light, still a young teenager.
I haven't
And
heard
I
of
used
Wax
to tape
Killer.
this radio show by DJ Skinny,
Skinny?
and he used to play Far Side. Yeah, DJ Skinnies or something. Not like our Skinnies, it's a different Skinnies.
I'm just
There's
curious,
another
like,
DJ Skinnies.
is anybody else here from LA? I'm just curious if you remember a few things. 106 in Park, Big Boy's Neighborhood, and then there was one more.
Wax Taylor. Yeah.
DJ
boy.
Cookie was always really funny. And then what else did I watch on BET a lot? Like The Box, I think, was like top 10. That's crazy. Anyways, yeah, Passing Me By. I still have that. I really like.
Yo.
Well, that was probably their most popular song,
Yeah.
but For Better or For Worse was a really funny song. Your Mom, that one was so fucking funny.
Yeah.
Your mom is so
what's that
fat.
other one?
How fat is
How
she?
fat is she?
Yeah. Your mom is so big and fat that she could get busy with 22 burritos when times are tough. Seen that bitch in the back of Taco Bell with handcuffs, and it was just like, damn. Okay.
Bro, that's deep, dude. Leave my mom out of this stuff.
Yeah.
I think the first Far Side song I heard was on Dilla Beat, actually. I think it was because of Far Side I went to find Dilla because of that Can't Keep Running Away.
I can't keep running away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I was like maybe 12 years old when I heard that
It's crazy, man.
play on the radio, and then I recorded it one day. Fucking searched all over for it, and then eventually one of my friends heard it and was like, "Oh, this is Far Side, dude, sick." And I was like, "Wait, what?" And he's like, "I got a CD of this if you want to burn it," because back then, obviously, you had to copy CDs onto your computer.
Yeah.
Over USB, you couldn't really USB transfer things yet.
Right.
And so yeah.
I remember one
burned
time I
the
tried to
CD.
pirate Diablo 1 because my friend was playing it, and then that's when I got introduced to anti-piracy laws. That made me
Shit,
very
they
sad.
fucking snipe you out.
I know, right?
What? That's insane. Like, we fucking freeload off piracy like heavy, dude.
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have revealed that secret about our country.
Tennessee and
It's
Disabled
not good
Planet.
at tech laws.
What? Hi, Chuckles.
Oh, disabled planets. Diggable planets.
Diggable planets. Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Yeah. But can I kick it?
they fucking... Yes, you can.
Oh, man. When E40 sampled that song, dude, E40's heyday, when Tell Me When to Go came out, oh, dog, that was...
Yeah, people don't know E40 was hot, dude. And, like, because I think when he started fucking with Twister,
Mm-hmm.
like, dude, Twister came out with Hot Fire and then fizzled away, dude.
I know.
I don't know. I think he went into business serious about life and was like, "Fuck this rap is whack." I don't know. Twister was a very talented, smart, I fucking, but he was also shit.
He
Not a
was
good
what?
man,
He was what?
and not a good person.
Oh,
Not
I
the
didn't know
greatest
that.
person from what I heard. Well, I guess it's allegations, so I can't.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Of
E40,
obviously
man.
spousal abuse.
Like
But
E40.
no, not E40. E40 is
Yeah, no, I know we're talking about Twisted, but someone in the comments was just like quoting a song. But yeah, dude, the E40 has been around since what, the 90s, and has been making funny ass tunes and also like bangers, since
yeah.
like I think he recently came out with an album like I think in 2020. I smoke candy. Yeah,
What?
you want it? I got it. Drip it like water. Yeah, he recently came out with an album and had
shit.
music videos and
Yeah,
stuff.
dude, that was such a banger.
You
You
want
know
it?
what's
I
a
got it.
secret banger as well?
Water.
Is Yin Yang Twins Whisper, the Whisper song.
I just
I
played that
fucking
song.
hate that song.
I just played that song for
And
my
it's-
girlfriend the other day.
Dude, that shit goes so hard. Like, I mean, I think that's a Pharrell beat.
Yeah, I
Ooh,
think it
dude,
is too.
The
that
knowledge
sounds
of
like him.
music production and the things that inspire a lot of electronic producers today, especially sort of in the greater EDM scheme, and even in America and even in the UK. And the UK has got its own candidates, which
Yeah.
stem back to the breakbeat days. And I mean, it's like Armin Tobin. But I mean, even further back than Culprit. Culprit still fairly new to the sphere of, I guess, the modern music sphere
Right.
or music scene. So, like, I mean, Pharrell Williams, Just Blaze, Timbaland, these are the kind of guys that were inspiring us back at home when we started out making music, Like, you heard a Timbaland beat, always fire, dude. And you heard, like, anything with Pharrell, with Timbaland sounded like them. Like, there was nothing else. No one sounded like them.
Yeah. Real made some cool
With the
beats.
Dilla Beat stuff. And so, you try to learn how to produce like these dudes. And I think they come across to me as probably one of my most fundamental learning points is just listening and learning a lot about their music,
Right. Yeah. You know who I never had a lot of respect for, or not necessarily didn't have a lot of respect for, but didn't really care for, was Swiss Beats.
Swiss Beats made good beats, but I mean, it's hit and miss, dude. I like the idea that he's trying out crazy things, but some of them just don't fly. And his rapping is it detracts from his actual production. So
Yeah.
much so, I want to say I completely agree, like fuck, like whatever, dude.
Well,
Like you old dog. Like, but he's married to Alicia Keys, and he's actually a really. But it's like, yes, bro, you should have not started rapping. You have perfectly good beats that you single-handedly own with your own.
I don't know, man.
It's like cutting your nose to spite your face.
I always thought that his beats were like super repetitive and like very like, I don't know, just like too almost, they almost had like a Broadway aesthetic to me.
That's what I liked about his beats.
Really?
Actually, it was the Broadway aesthetic. I love that sort of big band vibes. I really wanted to make quite a few beats like that.
Really?
Because there was also that era of that bring it on kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was young, dude. I really wanted. So while and
Swiss Beats did Scott Storch. Have you seen that video of him? I'm the piano man. Oh my gosh, he's a cloud.
He's high as a motherfucker, and he just flicks.
Yeah, he's a clown. But you know, he's definitely made a lot of fucking tunes for sure.
Yeah, he's made some pretty. Candy Shop is a banger.
Yeah.
I won't lie to you. Like, I mean, you know, for all intents and purposes, like, you know, my kind of music time. I was all into this until I was in my second year of high school when I sort of found underground rap. I mean, I started finding it in grade 7, but I was still like Cent and Eminem and you know, what's not even really Cassidy. My cousins more that kind of hip hop and stuff and Ja Rule.
Right.
And so I was more informed by that. And then eventually I got hold of cannabis. I got some Cassidy. Ching Ching as well. And you know, I came across a lot of Timberland because I was a lot. Yeah, and same with the Neptune and NERD.
Yeah. Remember?
Yeah.
Grinded. No, I'm doing halftime, but
Yeah.
doom.
Who's that? That's what's this?
Clips.
Eh?
It's Clips.
Clips.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Yes. Bro, there's like this documentary I think lurking on YouTube. I think if you can find it, it's on the Neptunes, like from starting out. Chad and Pharrell, like, I think they are like one of the geniuses of modern day production.
Yeah.
I really fuck with.
What a
like,
fucking.
Dude, you listen. What's that beat? From it's Busta Rhymes. Ooh, girl, let your
ass on fire. Yeah, I was gonna bring that up when you were talking about Pharrell. That song was so cool.
Dude, that beat fucking kills it. Yeah.
That was so fucking cool.
Dude, and what the fuck is that kick, dude?
I know.
You know, that kind of stuff, when I heard that kind of stuff, I thought, like, there's nothing you can't make music. All of it can be appropriated for music. That's the cool part.
Yeah, it's fucking, man, what a timeline that you and I have gone through, and like it's so fun. I haven't had the chance to like talk like, you know, I guess like hip hop in the last 30 years with people in a very long time. So that was really, really fucking cool. Thank you.
Yeah, man, that was really cool. Yeah, same dude. Like, you know, I mean, hip hop is the reason I got into music, and more so it was a cultural something I identified with when I was young. And you know, when they say hip hop, J Dilla, this shit, I think, you know, it saved my life. Fucking saved my life. If it weren't for hip hop, you know,
Yeah.
have been such a thinker, I wouldn't have thought that being weird was okay. You know, I wouldn't have been alright with the person I am. And like, still to this day, I question. Because a lot of people make me if what I'm doing is actually good for me or not. You know, like maybe I'm making
I think
I
that
continuously do them and
yeah,
don't pan out wrong, you know? They work out for me anyway.
I think that
You know?
whatever your craft is that, you know, if you're using it for good. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but forgive
No,
me
no,
for
no.
saying this, but
Yeah.
like sometimes like your mic like actually goes off, as in like you're not like it's
Oh
cutting in and
yes,
out.
it's also because I think I've got a noise.
Oh, that might be it. But yeah, like sometimes it'll go off and I'll think that you're done. So I apologize if I ever cut you off or anything. But yeah, what I was gonna say is that like hip hop.
Oh,
What?
off. Yeah, that's weird. I think it's.
Oh,
That's
it's all
cool.
good.
It's
I
just
don't
weird.
need scale for the work. I can eyeball burp. Eyeball burp. What? I can. Can you? What? Sorry, tangent.
Eyeball
But
burp.
eyeball burp. But yeah, what
That's a cool fucking line. Club stay bumping. You know, alright.
what I was saying with hip hop in general is that like I feel like that was like such an original movement and piece and what it stood for, and then like seeing it through all of the aspects of my life, like even with um what's it called, like when oh my god, what's his name, when Nujabes did Samurai Champloo, and about how
Yo, dude.
yeah, and about how that was
is fucking
bridged.
sick.
I was just like,
Yeah.
fuck, man, like my whole like I feel like hip hop is like almost everything ingrained with me regarding music, even if it's something completely different. Like I have an inherent hip hop approach to everything.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same with me, man. Like, I feel it really still. I think when I start looking back at making music, it feels more like an extension and a natural expression than it does feel like it's that I am, you know, trying to do. I think it's also about that. I think also hip hop music, great appreciation for music across the board, especially because of the art of sound. And it really opened uh, my eyes to like new music. Well, my ears to new music, from jazz music I would have never come across.
Right.
I found Miles Davis Blue and Green. I'll never forget, because I had Miles Blue and Green sampled on this hip hop track I listened to on MySpace, and I couldn't figure out who it was. So I messaged this guy and I was like, "Yo, who played that piano? Yo, where is that?" Like, 'cause I wasn't very clued up on like hip hop production in terms of like knowing what the culture is like.
Mhm.
You know, I knew the culture of hip hop music, all that stuff, but I didn't know the techniques and what producers did and shit like that, because they were a lot older than I. Especially on MySpace or the spaces I said, people my age that had any sort of clout, you know, never responded to you, and these older dudes obviously
Right.
never responded to you as well. And so eventually these dudes got back to me and they were like, "Oh no, man, Miles Davis, Blue and Green." I'm like, "Oh man, thank you so much for telling me that." You know, like, you know, it's like sharing your samples is a bad idea. And they were like, "Nah, it's cool, man. You know, just steal the." I fucking stole the sample. I love that song so much. It's still one of the songs that I would flip over and over again.
Yeah.
Rap song that I rapped over it in like an Aesop Rock kind of way. I don't know if you know who Aesop Rock is.
Yeah. He's fucking hilarious.
I fucking love Aesop Rock. Like my whole life is pretty much an Aesop Rock album, I would say. I would like to flatter myself. So
Yeah.
not ASAP Rock.
No, not ASAP
Aesop
Rocky.
Rock.
Aesop, yeah.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
friends and I would
Yeah,
joke about him because of like his syntax of like, you know, what was
Yeah.
that? What put your quarter up, you know? He's like talking about some shit that I can't
Yeah.
even fucking figure out. He's like strapped with a dragon fashion in an effort to smash your pattern, man, magnanimous, just to say a little on this ancient foundation. And it's just like, wait, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
But it
bro,
still
like,
sounded
how
cool.
much? Yeah, like what I think when it comes all-encompassing music I enjoy and that inspires me. A$AP Rocky is my favorite artist, sort of across the board, even in production as well. I really do. I really admire A$AP Rocky, musician. Yeah.
Yeah,
If I
I
could
think
say like a top favorite, A$AP, probably one of my favorite.
I would say like anything from him and just like the MF Doom crew, I would probably listen
Yeah,
to
I
with
fucking love Doom.
like with good intent, just because of like they revived a lot of what was lost with lyrics and hip hop, if that makes sense. I feel
Yeah.
like Flying Lotus brought hip hop back with like reintroducing those swingy wonky beats and stuff, but like with electronic
Yeah.
influence. And then people like MF Doom really went back and was like, wait, I'm gonna sample, some shit from, Marvel cartoons or, from DC or whatever, and then
Yeah.
spit fire over that. Rest in peace, MF. But yeah, man, I think that he did some really big favors for the hip hop community.
Yeah, I mean, like, but like, I feel like all of their work was done, sort of the late 2000s, early 2000s,
Yeah, early 2000s, I'd say.
creating a carve where this sort of hip hop has its own, like, this side of hip hop has its own microcosm, and sort of also fits into the rhetoric of various different other music,
Right.
Like, I mean, you've got A$AP Rock collabing with Kimya Dawson of, like, what's it? The Moldy Peaches. I heard about Kimya Dawson from watching Juno.
From watching what? Sorry, you cut out.
Juno, yeah.
Oh, Juno, yeah.
I learned about Kimya Dawson from that Juno movie with
Yeah.
Elliot Page and Michael Cera, who gets impaled by a... Oh, this is the end. Sorry, my bad. I can never
No,
ever
it's all
take
good.
that image out of my mind of watching Michael hailed in that movie. It was like, it's so gruesome and unexpected, but so
Something that everybody wanted to see. I'm just kidding.
yeah.
I'm joking, but
Kinda, yeah. It's like it took you by surprise. Anyway, yeah, but all the, I mean, I would say they didn't really, hip hop really didn't leave anywhere. It just kind of,
took a backseat.
It kind of stayed in there. And I mean, I think with most genres, when music, when they see they can make money, because they started in the 90s rap music already.
Right.
Jimmy Irvine and fucking Interscope is like one of the main culprits of, while also boosting and helping like Dr. Dre's career and Eminem and
Right.
50 Cent and sort of that camp of people. It's also kind of, stolen quite a bit of money and fucked over quite a few of artists, but as a label would do,
Right.
in the scope. It's a major corporate. They're out to make money. And then sort of with the EDM pushing sort of artists towards that. And then now, when it comes to reinventing the sound, they're taking sort of these hip hop sounds and they're putting this in sphere and trying to run that cash cow dry as well. And they'll do the rinse repeat until it's over. But it looks like the scope of what's pop or even like as you're starting to see a lot of crossovers between like let's say for instance electronic artists and pop artists, like we saw with Sophie and sort of the explosion with hyperpop and Sophie's credits on like Britney Spears and
Yeah. Right.
those sort of crossovers as well. I wouldn't even call them crossovers. Working the professional sphere is it also just shows a sign that good hard work and innovation does still have a place in music, but
Right.
no
It
one
makes
should
sense.
really bet on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
And
I mean, we're looking at spheres of hip hop now that are breaking. Like, I mean, someone just said L Switch made me think of like Tyler and Odd Future and sort of that embracing where the music leads
That was
itself
me.
to a lot of genres. Sorry, yeah,
It's all
music lends
good.
itself. The music lends itself
Nah.
to a lot of genres. So,
Yeah, but I totally agree. And I think like the big shift from what people talk about is I guess just what was hitting mainstream, right? Because I think that like there was this big problem that happened, especially in the United States, where like to me and the way that I remember it was that, hip hop was originally introduced as a huge black culture movement to talk about, like racial injustice. And then in the
Yeah.
90s, people started talking about gangbanging and doing horrible things to each other and stuff that was actually, like, arguably, from some people's perspectives, perpetuated, of talking about being violent and stuff. And then in the 2000s, it was about being like, oh, I'm a gangster and I'm paid and blah, blah, blah. And then now in 2010, it was just like, now you just got fucking anybody saying the same fucking shit about how rich they are or whatever, and how can I say the same thing that I have bitches, cars, and hoes and money and stuff, but in a different way. And it's just
Yeah.
like, fuck, dude, I'm over it. Hey,
I
Winter.
think also like I think that whole narrative changed nowadays because I mean it's gone to a point where it sometimes is about sonics beyond being what is said. Because like I mean, if you take Drake, it's like it's a pseudo thoughtfulness. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I know exactly what you
It's
mean.
like this guy he sounds like someone who went to college, knows what he's talking about, but it's you know his mundane life needs to be exemplified by the micro transgressions that take place in his life in the daily. Like Drake is the type of dude who would be like, one sock fell out my washing basket and I washed it. Pairs will never be the same.
Yeah.
Mismatched socks. My heart and yours never be the same. And then,
Wait, what?
There's a line there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I do.
And he's like the kind of guy. Like I mean, it's entertaining music. Like I'm not shitting on Drake, but like it's
no,
it's a difference. Like I mean, it's different strokes for different folks. Like I'm not gonna be like I dislike Drake. Some of his songs I vibe, some I don't. I'm not gonna be listening to Drake for like the most intense lyrical conversations or in-depth speaking. If I wanted to listen to that, I'll go listen to fucking Idea and Abilities
right.
or an A$AP Rock track. Talking about an A$AP Rock track, can you play a track on your stream? People need to fucking bust this one out.
Yeah, it's something about Drake is like, more power to him, but I just couldn't respect when he was like started from the bottom, now I'm here, but when everybody knows that he played a character on the Disney Channel,
I'm still in conflict whether he should be allowed to say the N-word.
Yeah, right.
Looks like my uncle Habibi
Yeah,
rather than like a Canadian.
right. But
I say like my uncles. My uncles on my dad's side are like
yeah,
like Muslim. My
but
grandfather is a very Indian-looking man.
well, there's a huge debate going on right now, and I try not to get too involved in that stuff because I'm not really that interested. But the game is trying to call out Eminem currently in the States about trying to be black and stuff, and like hating on his career, saying that he doesn't belong in the hip hop community and stuff. And I'm just kind of looking at him like, I mean,
The game's so mad, dude. Like, I mean, if he had bars, I would like be like, maybe you're onto something. Can't talk. First, you're sucking someone's dick, and then you're like, now fuck you because you're white. Like,
yeah.
I mean, the game is kind of white himself, dude. Like, let's be real. And they're like, who the fuck cares? You fucking boomers. Like,
you
go
fucking
like
boomer.
bake some muffins, or like do knitting or what.
Learn to
I don't
knit,
know.
fuckers.
No, learn how to fucking knit. Stop coming on stage with your army tank shits and being like, dude, you're 50. You're gonna give yourself a heart attack.
That's hilarious. All right,
You're
man.
fucking
So,
jogging.
do you want me to cover how to do generators and stuff quickly before I head out of here?
Oh shit, you're gonna leave soon. Sorry, fuck. I came here and I started.
No,
talking,
dude, it's
so
all
it's-
good. I loved today's stream. It was a lot of fun having you on here, and please feel free to come and chop it up with me anytime. I think today was a fucking great show, so like, thank you by all means. But I know that I had talked to you about like the generative approach and stuff, but
Yeah.
is that something that you want to stick
I
around
wanna- I
for,
wanna
or
see. I'll stick around for a bit. I must also get to sort of work. Sorry,
no, no worries, dude.
be rendering out stuff I need to now.
Yeah, for sure, man. All
Uh,
right, so we'll switch over to that kind of stuff before we get into music, politics, and all that, because I don't really give a shit about it. But yeah. So the premise
let's
behind
just talk. Yeah, we can talk music, politics while you.
yeah. So the general
What
approach.
politics are we talking about?
What? Oh, wait, music. Wait, I'm confused. What?
I thought you were making like an English joke about music, politics, and it was show me a cool gnarly bass
Oh,
and
yeah.
be like, "This is a conservative bass."
This is a. Let me show you my left wing bass, my far left one. You'll be loving those monitors in a way it'll make your songs better. I hope so, man. So the premise behind all of this is that it's really just FM basses that have like regular movement on them via like a multi-stage envelope, but they are made more interesting by having effect racks. And so what I do is I actually leave all of these vanilla. Like there's only maybe one or two effects on here, one of them being a limiter, one of them being a reverser, but this kind of encompasses everything that I have. I'm still working on this as of now, but this encompasses all of the things that characterize like the heavy effect processing, but still leaves a tone. And then I typically use Snap Heap to create like the randomized sounds that are more so just for like effects and stuff. And so generally what I'll start with whenever I make these kinds of things is I'll just start here and just draw on a wavetable, because you can just do this and pretty much draw whatever you want.
Yeah.
And then I click on the last frame.
Shit, yes, yeah.
Yeah. And then it will automatically, the first time you do it, it'll automatically warp or like crossfade for you. But if for whatever reason you've got different frames in between, then you can just do that. So now you see that it'll kind of fade in between.
That was a very frustrating thing about Ableton Serum, is that each of them is a unique sort of wavetable you have to draw.
Yeah, exactly. With the frames, right? And then you can go and crossfade them or do processing. But with this, it's like keyframe based. So like if you want to do more, you can, and you can either draw harmonics or draw a wavetable. It doesn't really matter. But like I typically just do this. If you want to make it more interesting, then this is actually a filter.
It's also nice that you've got the harmonic series down there in like columns.
Right. And so what you can do is you can actually filter out the harmonic series. And then it's really important to say that, because these are not frequencies, these are harmonics. So the distribution is exponential, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 150. Well, maybe not exponential, but it's got a weird algorithm for sure. But with those frames,
it is exponential.
Yeah. And so with those frames, like once you get to a certain point and you click, then you can actually change the cutoff. So that way you're actually automating the filter. And then that stems into your wavetable.
You can do this so you can modulate it while you are.
You can automate the wavetable, but you can't modulate it. So you can't put an LFO on it or anything.
Okay, so what can you do again with it? You can automate it.
Yeah, you can set keyframes on it.
Move. Oh, okay, yes. Okay, that's cool. That's just as good as like. But can you have it loop the keyframes?
Well,
Or
yeah.
is it
Yeah,
start and
so
end?
well, because it's a cycle, right? So your wavetable goes from the first frame to 256, but you can have it be completely independent if you want, or if you want, when you go to that last keyframe, you can have it cycle back into itself. So you can set whatever.
Cool. So you can have it loop or trigger.
Yeah, you can have it set to whatever direction you want, but keep in mind that that's not on the overall sound over time. It's not time based. It's based off of the wavetable. So you're essentially shaping the filter position on each frame of the wavetable.
So each time it goes there, those imprints are already.
Yeah, exactly.
Every time it's there, you will have a dip. So
Right.
you've imprinted you've filtered the wave.
Yeah. And you can do both like subtractive or additive. So I typically do a notch somewhere and then I typically do a band boost. You can do either a boost like this,
That's cool.
or you can do,
That's really cool.
and then you've got resonance, you've got a slope, and then you've got your cutoff. So you can do any
So
of that
those
stuff.
key points are just the different points in the harmonics.
Yeah, well, they're different point. These key points here are different points of the wavetable itself. So this would be the first frame, and the last one would be 256.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So not just the one cycle. It's the
Right.
entire cycle.
Yeah, exactly. And so
Okay. No, I understand it. I just don't know the terminology. Well,
Yeah, no worries.
that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. And so what's really cool about it though is that like once you have this set up, then you can do this multiple times and you can keep printing it, and you can actually apply like distortion or normalization to help mellow it out. So it means that you can essentially do resampling to your wavetable over and over and over and over and over and over again. And because it's a wavetable, like you essentially still have a solid foundation because your fundamental is always there.
Can you take out those wavetables from there and put them in, like, say for instance, Serum?
Yeah, if you export it as a wave, then yes. So you can go here and export this as a wave. We can call this like, I'm just gonna call this fizzy table, and then wait, where did that save? It's saved in my user. So we pull up, you know, something from here, and then go into user wavetables, and then there it is. And then you just drag. Oh my god! And then you just drag that into Serum. So. Yeah, dude, like making wavetables is really freaking easy in FacePlan, and like there's a ton of options that you can get into with that. So regarding like generative stuff, let me just show you this rack that I have. Like obviously I do the filtering first because I try to keep this like relative with what is happening with the movement, and everything kind of just follows one modulator.
Oh, sorry, yeah, my computer froze there for.
Oh, that's okay. But so that's probably going to sound pretty quiet to people on stream, but I have you turned up quite a bit on my monitor, so I didn't want to like blow it up or whatever. But this rack right here, this is insignificant, but these two play a couple of different roles. So this is like your bottom end, and anything that I do to this is going to be in mono, and anything that I do to this side is going to be mono, except for this guy. This is my mid-side break. And so essentially...
Where, yeah, you can just distort, you're distorting the sides instead of distorting or like affecting the middle.
Exactly. So there's a couple of different...
You explained that to me and then I did something crazy.
Really? Send me what you make, because I'm curious. So in essence though, there's a couple of different ways to see you variate on pitch. So the first one that I have is this randomizer, right? That's going to this by an octave. And then what you can do is you can actually set a macro on here to dictate when that random like pitch envelope turns on and off. So what I mean by that is if this is, if it's just playing a note, it's playing the root note, but once you turn this on, then it activates the randomizer to play different pitches. And so what becomes significant with that is that means that you can actually leave that alone. But there's another way that you can do it too. You can actually turn this off and just use a pitch shifter. So, and I'm going to show you this trick, but you can use a pitch shifter like this on both. Wait, hold on. Let me do one at a time. But on this side, let's just say you do, hold on one second. Let's just say that you randomize this one to like 50%. So, or like an octave, because I usually don't go the whole way. Well, you can duplicate this, and this one is in correlation, so that way it tries to mimic the low end, which you still end up getting some phase issues or whatever, but at this point you're fucking the pitch up anyway, so who cares? But on this end, when you do this, this actually creates a little bit of stereo because the correlation factor is off.
What the fuck?
So you can get it.
Wait, what did you map the pitch to?
I mapped the pitch to FX1. Yeah, and so this is the general approach that I have with this stuff. is that I use these modulators here, but I have them set to macros because the macros show up on the outside.
Yeah.
And so from that, I can just set these 3 macros here to all of the effects, so we can pretty much do anything, right? We can do chorus or like
Yeah.
anything of the sort. We can do, you know, I'm just going to do maybe a few effects or something just to exemplify or whatever, but when these are actually mapped, they'll pop up on the outside. And so what's cool about this is that if you go back and you have something like LFO here, then you can actually attach this to different pieces of movement that are all attached to the effects that are nested within your snap heap or your multipass.
Yeah. And then everything can sort of have a very
Yeah.
towards the direction.
Then they all
So
have
it's
yeah,
everything within their own micro
exactly. And what's
in tandem to sort of a singular point kind of thing. It's just to create sort of a congruency with the
exactly.
sound, so it's not like you having a lot of random sounds, but you know, if they're all coming at you at once and you record them, you can't use.
Yeah, you're trying to build a
once the
relationship.
things have yeah,
Exactly.
once it has a flow and rhythm that is congruent to each other.
And
Yeah.
so with
wait,
that,
those macros that you put there,
uh-huh.
1, 2, and 3, outside obviously of the snap heap, is that also being modulated by the LFO at the bottom, the randomizer?
You can, and I've done it on a couple of patches. So you
Oh,
can
no. See, sorry, I see it's being modulated by the
these
LFO at the bottom. No, yeah, I know. I just meant your effects 1, 2, and 3 in there. Yeah, are they being modulated by the random at the bottom in the snap heap, right?
Oh, yes, and there was a reason behind that. Because if you have a random setup like this and you start doing it to your effects, then if you wanted to change the modulator, then you have to redo everything. But if you set it up to a macro with effects, then you can replace this with any other modulator instead.
And you can do a lot more than just try to connect all the wires. Instead, like you're routing it into a sort of splitter or a merger.
Exactly.
What you'd call it in like Reason.
Map everything to one
Yeah,
global
that's
control
smart.
and then modulate
Yeah.
that. That's kind of the philosophy
Yeah.
behind it.
Yeah, don't fucking lose your own brain work. Put it in one knob and turn it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I never would have
that's-
found any of this stuff had it not been for
So
like
stupid I didn't do that.
fucking modulation in general is yeah, I think if I would have had to do all this stuff by hand, I never would have gotten to where I am with understanding sound design in that aspect. But that's really the general approach, and like once you have that, then it's really just like do whatever you want.
Yeah. After that, then it's about going crazy. But like, I mean, with patches, I think I like try to take considerable consideration to keep sort of a clean workflow, because
Yeah.
if something cool happens and I've got a mess there that I can't backtrack and take apart, just gonna make a mission to backtrack and take apart, then I'll save it and then I'll only sort of have one purpose for it, because it just created this chaos.
And that's what's really cool about this workflow is that you don't have to backtrack so many steps. You just turn the effect off if it's not working, or you get rid of it. But all of the routing is kept, so that way there's that really like big convenience factor to like, you know what I mean, to make all this stuff. And of course there's a matter of taste, and I think that's where the artistry comes in, right? But but once you kind of have that setup, kind of like what I've done here, if you flip through some of these, they're all kind of in the same thing, in that same realm of like just finding different and interesting ways to fuck the pitch up and then like distort the sides, or do some interesting shit in general. But I save not only the patch, but if I make a mid-side rack, then I save that as part of the nested patch too. So really there's 5 patches, 6 patches, and every single one of these, it's just the last one is always the same. I have that OTT thing that I was telling you about, which is just pushing up the high band a bit.
Yeah, I saw that with the patches that you sent me as well.
Yeah, and
So
it makes it really fun, and it gives back. And like if you're wanting to be really lazy, then you could easily just do something like I did save that, right? I did. So we can easily pull up that same wavetable that we made together, and we could do maybe just a touch of distortion on it. Then we have some kind of LFO thingy. We'll just do this because of time. But once you have that, then you go multipass, and you're like, oh, I don't really know what I want to do, but I'm gonna make my own custom preset by doing this one. Okay, great. I'm gonna turn it on, and then I'm gonna do it again with a different one with like, snap heap, and then be like, okay, well, let's just pick one. Let's do Hokage generator, and then
Did he make you one?
no, I made this and he taught me. This was I think this is the first patch that he actually taught me about midside on, and so that's why I made that. But
Sick.
because I got that from him, the midside processing stuff. But now that we have this, right, we've got, this would be the equivalent of doing this, right? You would label that as filter, and you would label this as generator. And so when you play this, it's just going to be a sound or a bass or whatever. Sorry, that was really loud. Hold on one second.
Fart noises.
I know.
I was hearing it through your
Through my microphone. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so once you have that, then you just turn one of the racks on. Or you turn them both on, and then they have a relationship with each other.
Yeah. I see what you mean. So easy just to quickly, smash out a bass.
Exactly.
Just sort of bolt all your patches.
So,
Because what I also like to do is what I'll do, snap heap.
mhm.
And what I'll do is open a snap heap in a snap heap, and
Yeah.
put a preset on that snap heap. Put a snap heap at the end of that snap heap, inside the snap heap.
Yep.
And put a preset of a snap heap, and then do a multipass and do that, and then outside do the same, rinse and repeat, change the preset.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean it's not very good results.
Well, I mean, the thing too, though, is that like if you want to get really granular with it, then especially on multipass, you can actually divide more than 5 bands up by setting specific
Yeah.
parameters, right?
I've done that for like a lot of the songs,
Yeah,
and
and
it's like really great sort of shape and mold the sound. And I mean, I like the access you have to pretty much the entire range. Snappy. That's
right.
insane.
It-
Which
it- yeah,
helps you declutter sort of your work. Have two beds. It's just endless, which is insane. It's a bit-
right.
It's a bit overwhelming. But in a good way.
Yeah, and I think that like, I would say like, just fuck around with these for a bit, and I know that you have incredible sound design, and one thing that I have not been able to figure out is how to like bring these to quality, if that makes sense, because they all have like movement and timbre, but as far as like how big you make your sounds feel, that I would love to see you do that with some of my sounds, and then hopefully one day learn how to do that.
Getting the sounds big. It's, I don't know. Wait, what?
Me
Getting
neither.
sounds big. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let me mess some phase plant stuff, and I'll try to figure it out. But I probably will mess around more with the pass. I want to figure out a lot of, because I feel I have more power in messing around with effects and just basic sounds.
Mhm.
So in terms of phase plant, I just sampler, but I really am not a big fan of. Simply because you can't zoom in and loop particular bits like T. You know what I mean?
Wait, say that one more time. You were cutting out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that was me. It's like what's his name? Granular, or if you use the sampler in. Sorry, let me start again.
You're okay.
In phase plant, so I like to. But I have a big problem with the samplers grabbing and the zooming in.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty fucking awful. But I think it just then shows you better. Like, I mean, if you're gonna just scrub through it, then you can have a long form file. That's fine. But I think it's problematic when you are trying to loop a particular section. You want to cut off like the clicks and the pops kind of thing,
Right.
and you don't really want to use too much of a crossfade kind of spiel.
Yeah. One thing that really helped
Yeah.
me with like contextualization to some extent is the sampler trick of Ableton or Bitwig to where you can use the velocity to change the starting
Yeah.
point. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure you know that one, but even still, I
Yeah,
find that it's
that
not.
one. I think Lesego taught me that one.
Yeah.
And he taught Aiden that one, and I think he learned it from Essex or Ep.
So
I can't remember. Someone showed him that, and
it's actually a
my whole
tutorial
life has
on
been
Cohen
on it.
Sound's Patreon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's where he got it from, but I know that I've seen it on Cohen Sound's
What
Patreon.
year was that?
What year was it? 2020.
I know, because that sampler trick had been used for ages.
Oh no, I'm sure, but I'm saying the
Nice.
video itself only like came on. But what I'm saying is I saw it
Okay.
from. That's where I got it from, or that's where I saw it the first time.
Oh, sick. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm sure. I think Epra might have sort of figured that one out, but for like bases, it was like a base, and then the Sejo took it a step further, and I think, or someone else was using it for not the purpose of bases, but like using it for phrasing, for vocal chops. Might have been, actually, there might have been a tutorial on YouTube,
Did
and
you?
I think someone saw that and then
I don't
applied
suppose you.
that to bases.
I don't suppose you saw the video that I made for Chi about the sampler in Bitwig. Have you?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Okay.
I haven't had time to go through videos. I was still watching that video where collab.
Oh, it's fine. It's about a
That's
2-minute
just
video
like
that I made for him when we had a very quick chat. But I'll send it to you, and I think that most of the stuff you'll be able to apply in Ableton as well. If you have Granulator 2 or even simpler, I think would be a good thing that you can try. But I've got a little trick,
I
and
think he showed me that trick of like modulating the stuff in the sampler so that you can get it to spread like the granulator almost, which you can't do in Ableton sampler.
so like long story short, in Bitwig in particular, one feature about it is that you can actually alternate between like traditional sampler and then also a granular on the fly, and you can automate it. And so
What?
I pretty much built a rack, and not only that, but you can also do 128 granulation as well. So I built a rack that pretty much it was like, here's everything that the sampler can do regarding bass. Please do something cool with it and show me. Show me how to contextualize this thing.
Wow. That's insane, dude.
Yeah.
But you can change on the fly.
Yeah. So
What
you
the
have
fuck am I
to
still using Ableton?
you have to retrigger the MIDI. That's the only caveat. But I have this thing called the super sampler, I guess, would be kind of how you describe it. But if you look right here, there's these modes that you have that's repitch, texture, and cycles, which would be wavetable mode. But you can change between the play mode and change like the grain size, the playhead, the loop down here at the bottom, and also the length. You can alternate between freezing it to where it stops the playhead and then doesn't do that. And then if you go into multi-sample and you just pull up a bunch of like, basses or whatever, or it could be anything, but you could literally sorry about that, but you do the same thing where you go to distribute select equally, and then as you move the selection knob, which is already here, you can cycle through all of these. But what's really cool about it is that because of the expressions, we have that trick in play where you can cycle through the sample itself. So I guess that's where we're at. So we can kind of do something here. Hold on one second. Oh, that's set to one specific key. That's why, my bad. But not only that, but you can change the pitch of it as well. Whereas if you were to just slice it or something, then you can only trigger that bass at the root note that you set it at, right? So this gives you
sort of, if you have to put this into like Ableton sort of drum slice, I think that would be sort of very similar to this.
Yeah. So
but
this solves the problem of like
you can alter the pitch.
Yeah. And you can alter like the stretch of it. You can alter where you start the sample based off of the expression or based off of the velocity.
The individual notes.
Yeah.
Like the individual bass sample, so you can pick whenever you play higher velocity on the notes that it plays like the end of the wavetable kind of thing.
Exactly. So if you could bounce out long basses and stuff, then you can just,
my dude.
I know, right?
You fucking what?
So if you've got something like this, right, in essence, then you can just make it move toward the end of the waveform, or you can make it move to the beginning. But because of this, you can also change the
Sorry,
pitch.
just quick question. How many like bass notes can you put in there?
How many bass notes?
And that
Samples?
little rack that yeah, yes. Bass
128.
sample, sorry, my bad. And how long must they be?
Any length?
What? So it's like having 128 128 samplers
Yeah, like a
enabled in open.
128 granular rack.
Oh, fuck.
But not only that, but you can also granulate them all together at the same time if you wanted to. So if you're talking about building like textures and soundscapes and stuff, then you can granulate them all together, and then it creates like this crazy amalgamation about everything moving in tandem with each other. It's how I make my soundscapes.
When this video is off, I mean when we're done here and once you logged off, I'm gonna come back and rewatch that part.
I have
What?
videos on it. Yeah, it's fine. I have videos on it.
Okay, sick. You do have videos on it. Okay. Sorry, dude. Like I've seen mainly your the beginning of sort of your streams, so I could learn Bitwig, and I found that you were very like, instead of being, I found you were extremely useful. Like not useful. Fuck, what's the word? Very conversational, rather than like, this is how you do it and you need to do it like this. Like kind of get the person involved, and you obviously mention your apprehensions and your issues with certain stuff, and then I mean I related a lot to it.
Yeah,
So
it's
I mean that it also helped me. It wasn't like, trying to teach me like, this is how you do it and you do it like this.
right.
So like this is why I'm kind of doing this. This and I find this a bit daunting, but like when I was trying to learn the program. Sorry, I'm kissing your ass a little bit.
Well,
Okay,
I mean,
cool. I've got this. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, man. And thank you. I appreciate that. And my thing is like, I try to teach how I want to be taught, if that makes sense, about like in a means that I would understand it if I were coming new into the information. But I also
Yeah.
like that you picked up on that, because that's why we're doing what we're doing today, right? Because I've figured some stuff out. I'm not saying I invented it, but I will say like I figured some shit out for myself, and now I have somebody to talk to about it. That was the
Yeah.
whole conversation I was trying to have with Chi. I wasn't trying to be like, hey, bro, like, check out my shit. It was more of like, here's some stuff that I've made that I don't quite know what to do with yet. And if you
Yeah.
could show me how to do it, you know what I'm saying?
It would be cool.
Yeah, that would be
But
cool.
wait, do you still have the stream up with Chi?
No, that was a personal conversation we had.
Okay, cool. It would be cool to have him on the stream.
I would love to have him on the
Because
stream.
if there's one guy who loves to learn stuff about production and what other people are doing, it's Lasejo. He fucking sponges that stuff up. Like his aptitude for information retention and this willingness to really I don't know, sometimes I see him when he produces, it looks like he's trying to cook the computer with his head, with his eyes, the way he's so involved in like trying to twist and turn, and really, I think I spoke to him a couple months ago and he was getting very frustrated about his beats and stuff. He felt like he was stagnating and he feels like people were just telling him, it's the imposter syndrome shit that happens to everyone
Yeah.
at any level, It's
Yeah.
like, what if people are just telling me shit is good because, I'm making them money, or like, and it's not that good, or maybe
Yeah.
this, and there's a lot of this convolution. And I'm like, bruh, dude, people are not gonna hype you up only regardless for fame or whatever. Like, and people are, you can't always expect people to give feedback. Maybe, you are just sometimes so good that, like, I mean, people feel that it's very difficult to give criticism to something you find is
Right.
sonically,
It's like, who are we to
you
tell
know,
you about your beats, right? When you're the one that's like pioneering this shit.
like who we're like trying to ask you about you. You're asking us whether it's good or not. Like, bruh, at this point you could drop a fart and it'll probably be fire, knowing you.
You know what they say? Where there's farts, there's fire.
With this farts is fire.
No, they don't say that. But I mean, that's how, I mean, to be honest though, like that's how I feel about everybody that I've met from I guess like this community. And it's just been such an honor to have not just you, but Cage as well. And anybody else that wants to come on, you know, I plan on having a bunch of people on here. Next week, I'm going to have someone named Jeff Fufu come on. He's a cool EDM producer. Last week or a couple days ago, I had Weaver Beats. I plan on having Artifacts on here at some point in time, Dash Glitch as well. But like, I really just want, I want everybody. Yeah. And he's such a wizard, man, like in a very different way. And so like I really just want everybody to kind of be on here and to like make this a hub to where people can, you know, talk about what we talked about today, because that's what I like doing.
Yeah, same. And it's really quite an honor. It's very nice of you to have me on.
Yeah,
Well,
man,
also
anytime.
kind of sort of lost.
Anytime, dude.
Well,
Anytime you need a break, or anytime like if you got some new music that you want to talk about, maybe you want to talk about the production aspect, aspect of it, or you know what I'm saying, or anything else of the sort,
Yeah.
like that, I am here for the community. I'm wondering how the mastering mixing is in Bitwig can easily be done with creating songs. There's a couple of different ways to do it, but one thing that I particularly like is that you can go into the mixing view on here without it having to be this. So you can actually have this pulled up. I fucked it up, but you can actually have this pulled up on here without oh, there it is. You can have your mixer here while your timeline is present.
Oh, sweet. That's cool.
Yeah, I'd love to have them on too. And hopefully at some point Venus Theory as well. Especially like him and I started our channel around the same time and he just fucking blew up. And there's a very clear reason why he blew up and I'm really happy for him. But I'd also like to get the Whittler on here. I want Wolg on here. I'd love to have
Oh, you woke.
I know.
I love that dude.
Yeah, me too. I would love to have Hudson on here frequent if I can, you know, get a hold of him, like you say, if I can get him to lend me some time. But like I want everybody on here just to be like, hey, I have experience with you all, and I want you to kind of just be a part of the community and tell people about your artistry and music, and then just chop it up like we have today.
Yeah. One person I must just say I want to shout out theory is like one person who clarified a lot of cool music theory tricks or like music composition tricks, like things like, you know, common knowledge to a lot of music theorists or people who studied music theory, like things like the Picard third, and then giving context about it. Like those small little tidbits of information invaluable and literally unlocked a whole bunch of stuff. Because I think, okay, I don't know if I'm wrong with this, but I found like a cool trick to make like a cool chord progression. I would start in a minor, I guess maybe start in a major or a minor, kind of irrelevant. So if you, let's say you're playing a 1-4-5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's jazz it up. So you're gonna play the 1, and instead of playing the 4, which you will play after, you're gonna passing chord, and it's gonna be the secondary dominant. And so you can have that secondary dominant going to the 4th, and the secondary dominant 5th of the 4th. Okay, I think we can get that. Like I don't know, that makes it a bit confusing. But anyway, if you get my drift, you get my drift. And then from the 4th, you can either do the sort of 2-5-1, and then play the 2. But instead of playing after you play the 4, instead of playing the 2, if you're gonna go to the 1, you can make the 1 a minor if it's major. But as if you're going to the 1 of the chord, because I think that's a shared relative minor
Hmm.
And that's a Picardy third. They use that a lot in like synthwave, that unexpected turnover. But yeah, with going back to mine is like, so you use the one secondary dominance of the fourth, which is the secondary dominance, fifth of the fourth. You have the fifth note play. No, you play the fourth, and then instead of going, or you can go to the two, and instead of making the two, if it's a minor in whatever major, fucking matter, you chord, dominant chord. So all your passing chords will be dominant, right? And then if you're gonna go to, I mean, you can then go five, and your five will be dominant chord if
Oh,
the
interesting.
major or minor. If you're in the major chord, if you're in the minor, it is a minor chord or a major. Even if it is whatever key it is, just play it as a major or a minor rather than or dominant, and then flip it, and then instead of playing instead of the one as a minor or a major, depending on what key you're in,
Mm-hmm.
play it as the opposite of what the original key of the one is. So I don't know. That's very confusing, but yeah, this is why I don't explain it.
I don't even think it's you. I think it's my like.
Theory.
I think like if you just notate what you said and then you'd go discover what that vocabulary means, then I think that we could follow along. But unfortunately, I don't have the theory to be
Yeah.
like to know in my ear like what a 1-4-5 progression is. But I know that you're talking about the 1-4-5 chord, and so I can be like, oh, all right, well. And then you're talking about like secondary dominance and whatnot, and about how that kind of transforms. Is that what it's called? Transformation? Yeah, this is the part where I stop talking because I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm glad that you still told me because that's something I can go look up. Told us, rather. Andrew Huang. Yeah, dude, Andrew
Sorry,
Huang is
my
impossible to
computer
get a
just-
hold of. I also tried to get Bad Snacks on the channel, or I reached out to her. I also reached out to Mr. Bill. I reached out to a lot of
Hey,
people.
William.
Is that his name?
Mr. Bill.
Mr. Bill? William?
I mean, Bill is short for William.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
That's why I assume it's William.
but even still, like I think that I'm pretty happy with the guests and stuff that I've got already, and like I hope that you are looking forward to coming back on here sometime because I really enjoyed the time that we had today.
Definitely.
And I definitely
Definitely,
want
man.
to continue talking about like music production with you and stuff in the future as well because I feel like I have a lot to learn from you. I feel like honestly all of us have a lot to learn from you if you're willing to, put it out there. And maybe something that could be worth considering is doing like some kind of like Saturate tutorials or something, and I'd be happy to, help in any way that I could because your fucking
Oh,
label,
thanks, man.
your label is incredible. Is
I
Sabroy
mean,
also
it
part of
isn't
your
my
label too? Well, but you know what
Who?
I'm saying, right? The label that you represent. But is Sabroy also part of Saturate?
Sabroy. I
Yeah.
think he's got a release on there. He isn't. Sabroy's kind of releases everywhere. Sabroy is like the ultimate plug. The guy has helped me tremendously, especially with music theory. His plugins are like next level. His Max for Life stuff. I'm hoping he can now port them to T or VS3.
Yeah,
I
I
would
heard
suggest if there's anyone we should support in the music scene, especially in the sort of electronic and experimental spheres, it's that guy. He is really like really guys who are developing Max for Live thing. Maybe help them sort of port them to VST so that we don't have to be dependent on that ecosystem.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Max for Life, but even still, I've heard stories from Aiden that like he's just a fucking wizard, and I think all of you kind of have your own like source of wizardry in some cool way, which is really fucking neat. But in any case, you know what I mean. That whole community that like from the people that that talk to each other and stuff, I think it's been nothing but like a treat and a honestly, like there's no other way to say it, but like a blessing to have you on here and to just be able to have a conversation with you all.
Dude, likewise, man. Thanks for having me, and thanks for your chat for being quite tolerating.
Yeah, of course, man.
And sub jazz.
Jazz.
Yeah, what's up,
Would you
bro?
mind sticking around for a couple minutes before I end stream?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. To the rest of you guys, thank you so much for being here. I had a wonderful day today, and I was really unexpected that you're just like, hey, let's pop on the chat. So please do me a favor. I'm gonna plug in Zane's socials one more time in the chat. So like, at least go like follow him and listen to his stuff and and buy his albums and buy his sample packs and all the things of sort. Because if you know him either as Zayn Wolfe or Physicist or whatever, like, dude, your music's fucking awesome. So. Actually,
Thanks,
you
man.
don't even have, you didn't even plug in your SoundCloud. Hold on.
No, I didn't. I just
Here, I got you, bro. Hold on.
uh,
Is it still Physicist is dead?
I mean that just links to my thing. You can just link the Zayn Wolfe one.
This one?
Because I just use It's because I have all my stuff on my Zayn my dead. But I think this year I'm gonna close to the end. I'm just gonna try catalog if I have all that stuff before I remove it all the time. Hey.
I'm like, wait, what? I'm sure I'm following you on your other one,
Yeah,
but
it's because of
you've got like 5 or 6, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because of the
okay.
different
So I don't
acts.
feel
mean,
so
I've
bad.
got 2 that are just me, and then
Right.
Aiden and I have a Kumi 84 where we make lo-fi hip hop.
Oh, really? I'm gonna find that too.
Yeah. I mean, we tend to forget we did that. We did it, and then we try to push it, but we didn't put in enough effort, and it didn't do so great. But I mean, we weren't too bothered. We got paid for doing a sample pack for Bilegal Beats.
Mm-hmm.
So we've also got an Akumi 84 sample pack on Bilegal Beats.
That's awesome, man. And I think you guys are
And
also
then,
doing something with
yeah.
Splice, right?
Currently it's like in a deal with saturated samples and Splice. Well, not a deal, but like we're doing I think we're doing a sample pack for Splice so that we can sort of start distributing on there. So that everyone uses Splice, so it's kind of a deal to see if whether or not the samples are on the platform,
Yeah.
which
Makes
I
sense.
guess is a good deal. Like you got to see water.
Well,
But yeah, it's like I mean, I mainly just do stuff for saturated samples. When it comes to saturate and stuff, Tompu is the guy. He's been running it for about 10 years now, and I mean, it's a label that's released Cheese Fearmonger. It released like No Other Boy. I think like all the dudes. O'Neill's been on there. I think there's a Tsuruda track somewhere in there, dude. There's Starsky, Starkey. Sorry, man.
Star Keys.
Yeah.
Star Key.
Drank, he's still part of the label as well. Dead End, DJ Ride. I think DJ Ride and Holly are siblings.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, both are from Portugal.
I didn't know
But
that.
like, I thought Dead End and DJ Ride they're just friends.
Crazy.
DJ Dead End and DJ Ride do a lot of stuff too. But yeah, Holly and DJ Ride are, I think, brothers.
That's
I met
crazy.
Holly. He's a weird guy. So
Yeah, Holly makes
he's
great
cute,
tunes.
though. Yeah. Sometimes I feel he's hit and miss, but I see how he goes about doing it, and it's like it's the same essence that I think for many years I just kind of neglected, and he vibes, dude. He vibes hard into the stuff, enthusiastic and passionate, and that's also why I think like there's no such thing as good music, but music is good. Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah, it's kind of like what
if
we
you get
talked
what I
about the other
mean.
day.
Yeah.
This is there is no bad music, but you can definitely tell when there's like this common ground with listening to other people or like being at that
Yeah.
particular place, and that's one reason why I have personally not, aside from just letting go of like the label chasing in the first place, but that's one thing that I'm still trying to bridge a gap to is just improving, you know?
Yeah. I mean, labels are good if you're looking at it in the perspective of a network, but at the same time, like, it's applauded as this rite of passage kind of thing that it's like it gives you some sort of status and power. Like, you remember when you must remember that with labels, and general systems that involve money and finance, there's a system and a trade-off that works for it. Ultimately, you need the labels in the beginning because they help you build a network.
Right.
But the whole entire goal should be ultimately having complete and utter autonomy and earnings of your music,
Right. Own your shit.
and control,
Right.
creative control. Own your shit.
Own your
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Only you get to decide when to flush. No one else. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's
man.
like, I mean, you having to wrap up what I was saying is like you're dealing with like sort of major artists, up and coming artists popping up, getting sort of major deals or collaborative major deals, and labels withholding their music unless they some stupid TikTok or whatever.
Right.
And that's not the life I want to
No.
lead. In terms of doing music for entertainment, it's like I'd like to have a lot of control and for my music.
It's
and
your
do it on
music.
my terms.
Yeah.
Even yeah. You
No,
know,
absolutely.
like sometimes labels aren't. Anyway, yeah.
No,
This was getting very-
I absolutely
getting
had the
very
same
late, yeah.
conversation with I had this conversation with Hudson Lee as well.
Yeah, that's this whole thing. Like I can understand the importance of labels sort of watching out for the best for your release, but at the same time, it's like the only reason withholding it in the various things because you're not agreeing to the things the label wants to do that are outside the scope of the music,
Mhm.
and that I think that's blackmail, fucking evil.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just want to be in a positive environment and be around people that are really passionate about making music, and I want to make music with those
Yeah.
people. You know,
Same.
that's
Yeah.
my thing. But dude, Zane, thank you so much, man. I had a wonderful time today, and thank you for just chilling with me.
No problem.
That was so
Likewise,
cool.
Thanks for having me on, dude.
Anytime,
nice.
man. For the
Yeah.
rest of you guys, thank you so much for hanging
And-
out with us as well. I'll leave the VOD up for, I'll let you decide if you want to leave it public or not, but of course I'll always give you access to it, but that's up to you.
Sick. Yeah, you can leave it up. It's cool.
Okay, yeah, then I'll just leave it public for this one, but yeah, for the rest of you all, I will be back Wednesday, and then we'll be doing some production, and then I'll be trying to do all the cool tricks that, Zayn showed me yesterday. So we'll see what happens. Much love to you all. I will see you all very soon. And yeah,
Bye, everybody.
see ya.
Cheers.
All right, we're done.